Welcome to day 2 of the World Team Chess Championship here in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. We have Grandmaster Yevgeny Miroshnichenko, Anna Rudolph. I think you know us already, but you should get used to us. We will be commentating on the whole event here from Russia. And right now we will head directly to the playing hall because the players are about to take their seats and get ready for round 2.
Yeah, good afternoon everybody, and let's start. And today I think we have Natalia Komarova, the governor of a region, to make a first move in the match, which I don't know, to be honest. I expect it to be a match of Russia. So on the first board, on the top board, where, by the way, Peter Svidler will make his first appearance of this championship. He missed the game yesterday.
We see that the atmosphere is very nice in the playing hall. We wish we heard the joke. Peter Svidler, as you mentioned, he has just turned 41. He missed yesterday's round against Egypt, but today he will play his first game on the first board of the Russian national team. Jan Nepomniachtchi, by the way, won't be playing today. He made a draw yesterday against an Egyptian with 400 points less than him, so that was quite an upset. Kudos to the Egyptian team for at least biting the Russian national team.
Yeah, I think the Egyptian team, they might be satisfied in a way because they put a good fight.
Yes.
Let's say they lost, but let's say the final score 3.5 doesn't do the judgment to how tough this match was for the favorites.
It was much tougher. They did very well fighting against the top seed team. Now we see the chief arbiter Anastasia Sorokina announcing the rules that apply for every round. Of course, the usual things.
Do we know
no
the
mobile
rules?
phones.
Do we know the rules?
No watches. Did
no
you see
watches,
that yesterday Alexandra Kostenyuk had to take her watch off?
Precious Rolex was taken by an arbiter. I don't know if she ever got it back. Kidding, of course. So still we are not ready, like 1 minute before the start, but Can it be that the players are not here? Will Natalia Komarova play the game? No, it won't be Peter Svidler. I'm guessing it will be...
It's the ladies tournament.
It's the ladies, and she will apparently make a first move for Alexandra Kostenyuk. We are waiting for...
The round to start. There's 1 more minute.
The countdown, official countdown, where there is one more...
And the round begins.
3 p.m. sharp.
The second round.
So it's D4.
The first move for the Vietnamese player, played by the president of the Spanish Chess Federation, and Natalia Komarova, the governor of Yugra, responds as black. That's an interesting way of making the first move.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering when they're gonna go further, and then you have like 10 celebrities to play the opening, right? So they will come one after the other, ask you, and you say, knight f6, e6, Nimzo please, or whatever.
They could play half of the game, and the players need to continue from that position.
And Peter Svidler, and what's Svidler's move's gonna be? Will it be horsey? Knight to f3
against Grandmaster Dragan Solak. The Turkish team did very well yesterday. They drew against a very strong Ukrainian team, 4 draws, and today they are facing Russia.
Peter was allowed to put the knight back on g1, so it would be funny to see if he will change his mind.
He did not.
No, he did not. Knight f3.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, not that the move is bad. All right, so the round started, and we can talk a bit about the yesterday results as well as today's pairing. We do have some interesting matches today.
Yes, yesterday most of the favorites have won their matches, but a few upsets that we shall mention was already the one we talked about, Turkey tying the match with Ukraine. And, well,
we start
this is already
with the
pairings.
Yeah, so it's Belarus against Ukraine. Ukraine being a favorite, but it won't be an easy match. Russia will try to do what Ukraine could not yesterday, facing Turkey. Norway against Egypt. Then we have Poland, United States of America, and by the average rating you can see how tight, how close this match is. It's just 5 points difference in favor of United States, and then China plays with the young ambitious team of India.
for the ladies section, it is Ukraine versus China. China lost yesterday to Russia, so this is a very tough pairing for the defending champions. I mean, from the Olympiad defending champions. Vietnam facing Russia. You mentioned that the Vietnamese team could surprise the Russian women.
Yeah, it won't be easy for Russians, that's I'm sure.
Azerbaijan will play against Egypt. Georgia facing Poland. That's another tough match. And the United States against India. So many exciting matches today.
This is going to be interesting, really. Right. So the games have started. I don't know. Yeah, let me check what's going on. If there is anything which is immediately interesting after like 5 moves, 6 moves, not yet, I would say.
Shall we start with China versus India in the open section?
China versus India. Yeah, let me find this one. I've seen one game which is interesting, but we will be back to that one. Yeah, that's Poland. Wait a sec. Yeah. So, Dingley Ren versus Vidit.
Vidit, who played a brilliant game yesterday, beating Radoslav Wojtaszek with an opening novelty he prepared for Anish Giri, and it turned out that Anish played it already in the Speed Chess Championship against Wesley So, but Wojtaszek was not aware of that.
Yeah.
Here we see Belarus versus Ukraine. The Ukrainian team badly needs to start winning if they want to stand on the podium.
Yeah, I was wondering why Ivanchuk was not playing, but he was busy playing a rapid chess match against David Navarro, which he won convincingly. In Prague, it finished yesterday, and Ivanchuk emerged victorious. So congratulations to Chucky, but the team will miss you big time.
Certainly, and he's also the rapid world champion, so Chucky in great shape. Unfortunately not playing for Ukraine in this event because of the clash with another event that he had to play.
Okay, as we have shown Ponomarev and Gigalko, let's see what's going on there. No, not much really. It's an Italian, I'm guessing D3, Knight F6 and castles was played. We can see the team, could see the team composition, but just for a couple of seconds.
You need to read very quickly.
Yeah, and we have another Italian on board too. That's already gives you some idea how tough this match is going to be. So two absolutely same positions. In fact, Aryashenko against Kovalyov on board 2 is same as Zhigalko versus Ponomarev on board 1. Then Alexei Alexandrov against Alexander Moisenko on board 3. And Martin Kravtsev, little known to a general public, but a very good grandmaster from Ukraine, rated about 2650. He was the second of Ukrainian team during the Olympiad, where they tied for gold, and only on tiebreak they've lost to United States the gold medal.
And now he made it into the national team, not the Olympic team, but he might play for the Olympiad, at the Olympiad as well for Ukraine. I also see there the captain of the Ukrainian team here in the left corner, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that's him, Alexander Solipa, who, well, he used to work with Vasily Ivanchuk, but
as a trainer.
As a trainer, right? I don't know. Well, time flies. I'm guessing it's like 20 years back. Could be 20 years back already. 15 years back. That's I'm sure. Yeah, and now he's for last possibly 5-6 years since Tukmakov left. I think Solipa being a trainer of Ukrainian national team.
Ruslan Ponomarev, by the way, is playing his second game with the black pieces. Yesterday he was black against Dragan Solak. He had a pawn-up rook endgame that you said that it was a winning rook endgame.
It was winning, so he has all the reasons to be unhappy with himself, because technique was always his strong side, and all of a sudden he let it slip when it was already that close. So, and it costed Ukraine the full match point. That's the most disappointing one. You know, when you do not win, but still your team wins, it's kind of fine. Or, yeah, let's say if it doesn't affect the team result. But this was really, really unpleasant. Okay, but not much is going on those boards. So let us switch to something else, really. And do we go again to China versus India?
Let's
make
do
a
that.
second try.
I think Dingley and Vidit.
Yeah,
Top
this
board
should be.
clash
This
shall
should be
very interesting.
It should be interesting. As we said, FIDE is progressing with kaleidoscopic speed, I would say, and nobody knows when he's going to stop, or if he's going to stop.
And the same goes for Ding Liren, who is just
Absolutely.
raising his rating, and now he's number 9 on the live rating list. So Ding Liren is the highest rated player of the World Team Championship. Second is Peter Svidler, number 14 on the rating list. And I think we will also see many more Chinese players getting close to the top 10 or entering the top 10.
Right. And remember yesterday I told about this new fashion of transposing from one opening to the other. So it was knight f3, c5, and then Ding Liren plays e4. So he's happy with Sicilian. He probably didn't go 1 e4 because, well, some various moves were possible. e5 comes to mind, let's say. I don't remember we did playing e5, 1 e5. So c5 and then 2 e4, knight of variation, h3 was played. Very, very fashionable line, and one of two black's main responses, e6. So e5 is another option, of course. e6, g4, bishop to e7. So this kind of leads to the positions which are characteristic for so-called Keres attack after Scheveningen. So e6, white plays g4. This defines so-called Keres attack with the clear intention to play g5 later on. And well, here one might argue that h3 is not the best, let's say, not the best way. If the pawn would have been already on g4, I would probably go g5 and h4 instead of h3. But still, white keeps his kingside intentions, and this can develop into something interesting. Anyway, it's not a Berlin with rook e1, which is relieving already.
At least. What about the rest of the boards in this match, China versus India?
Yeah, Atiban, after he's lost, well, he still got a credit from a team, so they trust in him, and he's playing again. Atiban
Yes.
is...
India, by the way, as you mentioned, they were leading with 1-0 yesterday against Poland, thanks to Vidit's brilliant game against Wojtaszek, but then they lost 2 games and eventually the whole match. Adiban was one of the players that
who
lost,
yeah.
and he was just crushed by the very young Polish player Duda, who has just crossed 2700 on the rating list, and it seems that he is a force to reckon with. It was a position where we thought that there was not much danger already. It was an end game, and suddenly
He got
Adiban's
nicely...
king.
Okay, he was about to get nicely mated. He had to give the material up. Yeah, that was a really, really nice tactic pulled by Jan Krzysztof Duda. And now I understand the reason why Adiban is playing, because they had 2 players who have lost their game and only one change you can make. So that's pretty understandable. So who is missing the match for India?
Karthikeyan.
Karthikeyan is missing.
He is the youngest player. He was on board 3 and he lost yesterday. It's normal in a team competition, since every team has 4 players plus a reserve, that the player that loses a game or played a very long game might get a rest day the next day. So in case of Karthikeyan, that happened. Adiban, I think they would have made him play even if he was the only one who lost, because that was just a bad game. It doesn't mean that he is not stronger. We saw him playing in the Tata Steel chess tournament, and I think that he will come back.
By the way, we were informed by the graphics that those 2 teams played previously in 2011, 2015, and both times China has won the match. But I would make an argument that India is rising, and it's not the same team they had in 2015, never mind 2011.
That is very true. We saw the Indian team standing on the podium at the Chess Olympiad in 2014, and they also finished 4th at the Baku Chess Olympiad.
And they were leading at some point, so that was really, really great performance in Baku as well. Okay, so what? Yeah, that's an interesting position here. Atiban versus Yu Yangyi. As we mentioned, Atiban is known to play some, well, tricky lines which are not the mainstream, let's say, of the theory on the highest level.
He wants to surprise his opponent.
This time he goes for Vienna, g3, bishop c5, bishop g2. I'm not sure of this a7, a6 move. I mean, while there is nothing bad with it, because a6, knight g2, d6, you kind of... it's a prophylactical move against white's idea to play knight a4 to trade this knight for the bishop on c5. Oops, this is not needed. Castles, knight g to e7, so that f7, f5 will be an issue one day. And white has gone knight to d5. So his plan is to play c3 and d4 to fight for the center. In case of a capture, white gets a nice space advantage. I'm guessing about this. I'm thinking about this continuation. Knight takes. It's not much for white. I mean, since a pair of minor pieces got exchanged, black will probably have enough space for all of his pieces, but still it's a pleasant position to play. Right, so black decided not to take on d5, made castle, and we are waiting for this game to develop.
Board 3 is Wei Yi versus Sekiran. Wei Yi, we talked about him yesterday, the youngest member of the Chinese team, increasing his rating. He's already in the top 20, and I think he will very soon be top 10 player. Although, as you suggested yesterday, that sometimes we are like, well, he is going to be the next world champion. Other times we might think that his development has slowed down. I still believe he's going to be a candidate for world champion.
Very promising player indeed. Right, and he's facing the most experienced player from the Indian team, Krishnan Sasikiran, and yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. He's not often on the list of Indian representation, so sometimes he's not even making it to the team. I don't know, maybe he...
Sasikiran, I think he has played most of the times, but I'm surprised it's board 3.
Yeah, he used to be at number 2 after Anand.
Yes.
Before Hare Krishna made his rise, let's say. Still very experienced and I believe still strong. By no means you can call him an old player, right? He's the oldest from the very young Indian team.
The youngest teams, by the way, are the Norwegian team. I think they are the really youngest if you count the age average. The Indian team is very young as well. The Chinese team, basically there are so many young teams here, you can't really call anybody old. If we see Peter Svidler, he's already a legend and he has just turned 41, so nobody is really old in the field.
Okay, and on board 4, somewhat dull opening position between Parimarjan Negi and Li Chao. So it might be, an India's plan for this game to be very, very solid. So they might put their bet on board 2, I'm guessing, because Atiban with the white pieces is a dangerous player, and then they would try to hold all the other boards.
Yeah. The Chinese team, by the way, I think they have a very interesting strategy for this World Team Championship, because they have registered 5 players as any other team, but their 5th board is Yang Wen, a player that is 100 rating points weaker than the rest of his team. So I believe that the strategy of the Chinese team is that they will play always with the same 4 players.
All right, but he's still a grandmaster. He's still rated 2600.
True,
above
but
2600.
just think how many Chinese players are there with 2700. So they could have had a 5th player that is 2700.
Absolutely.
They did that a few years ago. I was checking previous World Team Championships, and they didn't win gold when they had 5 stars on the team. But last time they played with 4 very strong players and the 5th one that would barely ever play, and that worked. So this seems to be their strategy for a 9-round event.
So I think they might use this one in the match where they will be a clear favorite.
Yes, for instance, in 2015, the only game that the 5th player had was against Egypt, and he drew that game. So imagine that. Poor player, he played 1 game and he couldn't even win that one.
Right, so what shall we do then? What do we check? Yeah, to mention, Poland plays with United States. This is also going to be an interesting match, I believe. We have Radoslav Wojtaszek playing, even though he lost yesterday, but he's
clearly the strongest player of Poland, so I believe he will play every round. except maybe for the one against Egypt. Now, Egypt is the lowest rated team. Of course, they can pull out surprises, just like yesterday when on the top board, the Egyptian player with 2370 rating point, he drew against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he was even playing for a win at the point of the game. We were seeing really great possibilities for the Egyptian. So individual surprises can happen, and we are rooting for that, but it's unlikely that team upsets can happen when there's 400 rating points on every board.
Right, I'm checking, by the way, today perhaps is Egypt's greatest chance. They're playing with Norway, and the rating on each board is not that different. The rating gap is not that big.
Yeah, the Norwegian team is missing their top two boards. We mentioned it yesterday, but in case you were not here, they are missing, of course, Magnus Carlsen and John Ludwig Hammer. The Indian team is missing Vishy Anand and Pentalahari Krishna. We see that the Chinese team, I think, is the only one that actually has all the players that usually play at Olympiads.
Buksanji,
but
that's here.
That's what I said, that for the fifth player, but they have the top four.
Yeah, they have the top four.
Russian team is missing Vladimir Kramnik, Sergei Karyakin, and so on and so on. It's because of the clash of several super tournaments. So if you have seen Norway chess, you remember who were the players there. They all could have played here. So 3 American players are missing from this event, unfortunately. Nakamura, Wesley So, and Fabiano Caruana, because they will play the Grand Chess Tour at the same time of the World Team Championship. That is really a pity that these tournaments are clashing.
And let us see some chess. I'm suggesting, and I go to a game on board 2 in the match between Turkey and Russia. This interesting line in Semish King's Indian. And why I find it interesting, because I do remember Vitigov defending the white side of this position. So he was the one who, on few occasions, has taken this pawn on c5. That's a very fashionable line, practically black's main response to Semish nowadays. The c5 with the pawn sacrifice, and yesterday we've seen a game, I think it was in the ladies section, Katerina Lachnau played it with black, right, and white played knight e2, knight c6, so on and so on. So this pawn usually is not taken, but it was taken a few times by Vitigov, and now his opponent takes this pawn, so I find it interesting.
Do you think that Mustafa Yilmaz knows that this is a line that Vitigov
there are
plays?
games of Vitigov in these lines. Apparently he does.
Maybe he made his preparation based on the games of Vitigov with the white pieces.
Yeah, that could easily be true. Yeah, we don't know what's the plan for Turkish team on board 2. Do they really play for win, or they want to keep it solid? They want to wait for a chance. In fact, I'm checking the match. Well, it's early to evaluate the chances. Only 20 minutes of a round, but so far nothing special has happened. And again, it's a match to 4 grandmasters versus 4 grandmasters, so it won't be an easy walk for Russians.
It is never easy. The rating difference is about 100, 150 rating points on most of the boards, I believe, or even more.
I think there is something wrong, because from the position I can see on the board, I think that there is something wrong here, because Vitigov just moved his queen, and
what?
You know, the position I have here, it's a group. Well, there is some mess in the live transmission, because the game I'm showing, it cannot be a game of Nikita Vitigov against Mustafa Yilmaz.
So whose game are we looking at?
This I don't know. Yeah, that's a bit confusing, to be honest.
All right, so the board that you see
confusing because
on the screen is not Nikita.
Switless game against Sholak, at least first moves are correct, right? Maxim Matlakov against Emre Can on board 3 is very likely to be correct, because I'm aware Matlakov does play h3, bishop e3 line against the King's Indian, but I'm really puzzled with this board too.
You are right, there's a queen on
because
d1.
it was some Vienna Vienna variation of a Queen's Gambit, if I'm not mistaken, by seeing this GF6 being played. I mean, I'm judging by a camera view. King is on F1, so it must have been some Vienna variation of a Queen's Gambit. I have no idea where this board comes from.
Maybe we are looking at...
At Vityagov's game, the old one, the one I mentioned, when he did
I was going to suggest a completely different match, so we don't know whose game this is.
So this is, well, if we survive till first break, we will figure out what's going on here. Shall we check the ladies then?
Sure.
Okay, let's.
And we hope to figure out whose game is this one that we have just seen. That is very strange because sometimes there's a mistake with the live boards. So you know how these boards work. The pieces have a kind of a detector. So whenever a piece is moved, the board knows that, and then we get the transmission of that move. So this is how you see it online as well. What happened with this file is a mystery because normally if there's a mistake, it's a mistake of one move, not a totally different position.
And interesting thing is, it could have been otherwise. So let's say it's a mistake in the header. So instead of this game being Mustafa Yilmaz against Nikita Vidic, it could have been some other game from the other match. But I just checked all 20 games of the men's section, and I couldn't find this position what they have on the board. So that's really, really mysterious.
Well, if you know whose game this position is, then please tweet us, #UgraChess. In the meantime, let's move on to another match and forget about this confusion. We have seen also the head-to-head score between these two national teams. 2 times they faced each other, twice the Russian team won, but the Turkish team, since they played excellently yesterday against Ukraine, I think they have confidence facing Russia today, and they will, of course, fight and try to at least tie the match, if not upset Russia.
Right. So, well, I suggest we move to ladies section, and I'm wondering where should we start. We have China versus Ukraine, and we have Russia, the leaders, and, well, a huge favorite after winning against China, playing versus Vietnam. So let's start with Ukraine versus China then. On board 1, Anna Ushenina with the white pieces against Zhu Wenjun. Against, again, a Catalan with bishop b4 check and bishop e7 after bishop d2. I think Zhu Wenjun plays this one with the both colors. And yeah, recently there have been tons of games in this position. This b3. Yeah, we've seen this one yesterday in Dingley Ren's game, where after bishop a6 he simply played bishop d2 to c1, right? Bishop a6 though is not yet played. That's the position. So basically it's a choice for black between bishop a6, bishop to b7. Well, what's good about bishop a6? You stop for a bit white's development of a knight to c3, because you would simply take on c4. Right. So it's bishop b7, bishop a6, or sometimes they play a7, a5. Then bishop would go to a6 one move later. Then it's Tan Zhongyi with white against Natalia Zhukova. Yeah, here you can see the team composition. China is a slight favorite on every board. Well,
but not psychologically after yesterday's match. They lost to Russia 3-1, and all games were decided. That means that 2 of the Chinese players that are in today's matchup against Ukraine, Zhu Wenjun and Tang Zhongyi, they both lost their games. Board 3 was another loss. Zhao Xu, so she is the only one that could get a rest day, but
yeah, she blundered badly.
She blundered a piece in a long calculation, but normally that shouldn't be a blunder when you have an hour on the clock.
Yeah, well, what's interesting, I was always wondering, I mean, yeah, you do give your players, usually you do give a player a rest day after a loss, after a defeat. But after such a game, you know, she's planted a piece on move 15, and then one more day to think about it. How could I blunder a whole piece, you know? So
yeah.
it's really a tricky subject we are talking about.
It is true that sometimes it's better not to have a rest after a painful loss.
But to try for a revenge immediately. Right, so Tanjongi against Zhukova, and an interesting line was played. That's a Cambridge Springs, so-called Cambridge Springs variation of a Queen's Gambit, defined by this Queen A5 move, or even Knight BD7. You can say Knight BD7 is already Cambridge Springs. Yeah, so Queen A5. There are various funny tricks in this position. I'm guessing something like, how was it? Knight E4, Queen C2. There was some trap. You can lose very, very quickly with white. Yeah, with white, you have to be careful. Of course, our players know what they are doing. Rook to C1, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop A3. I think it was played on a very, very high level, this position. I'm guessing Magnus Carlsen had this one, and possibly even with the both colors. Rook to C2, B6. So black wants to exchange this bishop, and then I think one of the games of Magnus Carlsen had seen bishop to D3. Bishop E2 is another tricky move. Bishop A6, castles, takes, queen takes. Wait a sec. There was some. If I'm not mistaken, there was a very interesting line where white would take with the rook. Point being, if you take on c3 immediately, I think this is Yevgeny Tomaszewski's idea. By the way, one of the very strong Russian players who is not playing in the team. Right, so if you take c3, white would go back, take on c6, and you are not in time to take the... I mean, if black would have been in time to play rook c8, it's absolutely fine, but not possessing the c file makes it a bit problematic for black. Right, and his idea was that after castle and e4, he would play rook e3, transfer it to g3 later, and he would go for some sort of a kingside attack. I remember him winning a nice game in one of the European team championships. Right, but queen e2, of course, it's natural and also possible. Castles, rook d1, and Natalia Zhukova is thinking. Yeah, well, it does look like... Yeah, I was thinking if Ukrainian team also has a sort of uniform, but not really.
I think she's just dressed very nicely, and you thought that was a uniform, but of course Natalia is a very elegant player. As most of the ladies in the competition, I think they have a very good style dressing. So I can talk about their fashion styles if you want, but I think everybody's here for the chess.
Okay. And for the chess then, board 3, Gaponenko against Lietingia. I think the only player who has won yesterday for China. Right, he was here on board 4.
It was a very complicated game against Olga Giria that could have ended in 3 results. Well, in the end, the Chinese player won, but the mistake that was played by Olga, it was just a few moves before she resigned, so it was a very complicated position, and she was not expected to lose.
Yep, and here it was a Caro-Kann with a very tricky move, this knight c5. I'm not even sure what's black's main response. I mean, this move does, even though it looks a bit strange, it does exist. I do remember black playing knight d7 to that, because knight b7 doesn't really lead anywhere. Queen b6 or even queen c7, queen b6, yeah, then takes a black wins the pawn back, and this position is acceptable.
It's only black that has developed pieces.
Yeah, this position is acceptable. I'm guessing after knight d7, white's idea is to play bishop d3, and knight c5 is met with bishop f5, and when you take knight d3, it turns out knight is really nicely placed on d3, fighting against both c5 and e5. So knight controls those squares. Yeah, there were games like this. b6 usually was considered like it's a weakening move. Knight b3, and that's precisely what white is trying to prove. Bishop is put on g2, queen c7, now white's going to castle. On this diagonal, I mean, black is not really all that comfortable playing c5, so he will have to spend more time, knight to d7, then remove the rook, and only then he can go for c5. So an interesting complex position where I'm not yet sure, but I'm guessing white might be slightly better.
By the way, just one more remark about this game, because you were mentioning uniforms, and I see that the Chinese lady Lei Tingzhie is not sporting her Chinese national uniform, but she's wearing a Ronaldo t-shirt with a number 7 on her back. So that's interesting too. I haven't seen that in women's competition often.
Yeah, right. And then on board 4, Guo Qi from China and Yulia Osmak from Ukraine. It's her debut for a national team, and yesterday was successful. She was the only player from Ukraine to win, and thanks to her victory, they won the match. So today she's having the black pieces. Another Schlechter was played, Schlechter variation of Slav defense. This time it was with bishop d3. Yesterday we had it with bishop e2. I don't remember which game it was, but it was, remember, some bishop e2 line, right?
We checked so many games that we will confuse
Bishop
who played
e2,
which.
b6, bishop b7. It was something. I mean, in the open section. So this time it's bishop d3, castles. This is a long theoretical line. h3 takes, and then I think kind of the most straightforward attempt was to take on c4, play knight d7, and opt for e7, e5. But e6 is possible. So this is quite solid one. b3, knight goes here, bishop to b2, queen to d1, and queen to c2. I think there was something, how was it called? I think it was Korchnoi to come up. So white will put the rooks here, and then this knight has nothing to do on c3,
so
turns out.
Maneuver it
and you will
else.
maneuver it b1, d2, f3, eventually trying to put it on e5. And then, yeah, this type of positions, actually, yeah, so a few more moves were played, knight went to b6. This type of positions, well, brings you closer to an understanding what kind of advantage two bishops are. Because they say two bishops are superior versus bishop and knight in the open position, right? But how on earth you open the position with white? You can't really go e4 because d4 will be hanging all the time. The thing is, it prevents black from opening the position. So I can easily, yeah, I can easily maneuver. I mean, I'll put the rooks in the center, and then I spend time on maneuvering this knight to a square I want.
Because
so as I said, it's e5, it takes 4 or 5 moves. Yeah. Whenever black tries something silly like playing c5 or e5, the position gets open and those two monsters starting to work.
So what is the plan for black if she cannot open the position?
I'm guessing, yeah, this knight is moved to b6 so that the other knight can be moved, and every now and again black will try to play f5.
Kind of a
getting
stone wall.
Kind of a stone wall, but the main problem is stone wall. This bishop on c8 is already exchanged, and white doesn't have enough control over e5 square, which is the case of in a stone wall. So I think this might be playable. Say after rook d1, even here, maybe knight h5 is an alternative. I'm not sure if g4 is such a great move for white. But say I go knight d7, and this, I don't think it's all that dangerous. Even if my knight is forced to c8, I don't think it's all that dangerous. Knight on c8 might be not that bad, because now I'm ready for e5, I'm ready for b7, b6. If white goes e4, all of a sudden this knight proves to be quite useful. I go knight f6 and there is no knight d6. For instance, a position like this, one might say white has a pair of bishops and a space advantage, but you know, bishop on b2 is not doing all that much. This one is potentially a weak pawn, and yeah, this knight will find itself on d5 very quickly, while a pair of knights would be very, very useful for white in this position, so the knight could get to d6 whenever this one leaves from c8. Without an extra pair of knights, it's just a nice position for black to play. So altogether, very tough match for both teams. Of course, China is under pressure, being a favorite, and after a lost match yesterday.
They can't lose another match, and even maybe a tie would mean that they cannot win gold anymore. Of course, this would mean that the Russian team keeps on winning matches. We can't claim that the Russian women's team is already winning the championship, but yesterday's victory was so important.
Yeah, that was a really, really huge step. So let's check what Russia's doing. We have
against Vietnam.
yes, so Pham Le Thao from Vietnam. I think I've seen her in many events. She was successful in Asian individual. I remember her playing in Asian team competitions. So this lady's known, right? And very solid. Just look, it was this London system. I would say not the most precise moves order here for white. I mean, if you want to play London, interestingly enough, I would claim that bishop f4 on move 2 is more precise.
Because you not necessarily want to play knight f3 right after.
Yeah, so the thing is this one. Here, you go e3, and after e6, you play knight d2, not knight f3. Because the problem is that after knight f3, bishop d6, the usual move with knight on d2 would be bishop g3, but here knight e4 is possible, and I can take on g3 with the knight. So not that this is not playable for white, but yeah, with knight d2,
it's more precise to play bishop f4
d6,
first.
bishop g3, right? And then black is in a bit of an awkward situation, because if he takes, he opens the file for the rook, right? And even sometimes I would play f4 and only then knight to f3. Anyway, so that's what we get. c5, e3, knight c6, quite a straightforward play from Kostyniuk. So, well, the statement is the following. You pretend to be to play Slav defense with white, so I'm ready. I'm ready to be in a driver's seat. I'm ready to play as white usually plays in this position. So knight d2, c takes, e takes. This I'm not sure about, to be honest. So we are heading to a very strange Carlsbad structure with colors reversed. Queen b6.
Knight b3.
Knight b3. This I do not really approve, to be honest. I mean, there is probably nothing wrong with this move. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, but if white is to fight for any kind of advantage, it has to be something like c4, being ready to sacrifice the pawn. But yeah, because queen b6 is quite a responsible move. Instead of playing, say, bishop g4, e6, bishop e7, or d6, you move the queen, and yeah, you're planning to take b2.
Looking passive, but the pawn can never go backwards, and that is such a painful fact.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, not necessarily it's a bad move, a4, a5, but moving
but on the
your
long
pawns,
run, it could be a problem.
Moving your pawns, you've got to be very careful. I'm guessing knight e5 partly justifies this knight's position on b3, so that d4 pawn is protected. After bishop e2, queen e2, you can't take d4. And actually, you know what? Looking at this, I kind of like white here.
With knight e5, I start to like it.
I will chase this one away, winning a tempo. And for instance, if black plays something modest like bishop e7, I'm guessing I'll play f3. So this knight has to go, don't know, f6 or d6. And then in case of knight d6, maybe I can do something like that.
That would really justify the knight on b3. And also eliminating the c6 knight means that the a5 pawn will not be hanging.
a5 pawn is safe, d4 pawn is not hanging. Yes,
so this knight e5 move looks the best in this position, following up the plan of having the knight on b3 and pushing a5. But if she doesn't do that, then I think black is just fine.
Yeah, I mean, because otherwise you will really have to slow down and play something like c3, because I really think that bishop b4 is a threat, in fact. I mean, not so many moves anyway for white. I mean, you might, let's say, play something like rook e1, but you don't really know if it's a useful move or not. So probably the time has come for something like knight e5. Right, on board 2, we have a position in which, yeah, it's a French defense apparently, and Katerina Arnaud has sacrificed a pawn at a very early stage. So French defense, knight d2 variation, knight f6, e5, knight f d7, bishop to d3. Up to this point, no surprises, and then the usual move used to be this knight to e2, so that the other knight can go to f3 and protect the d4 pawn. Knight gf3, well known as well, but I won't say it's white's main move here. It's far more ambitious, because after queen b6, you don't have a comfortable way to protect the c5 pawn.
And that's the
so
point
d4
of this whole
pawn, yeah.
variation as
Yeah,
white, that
queen
white wants to sacrifice the d4 pawn for initiative.
Yeah. So queen b6 is more precise than the previous capture, because here white would have had knight b3 protecting the pawn. Yeah, after an immediate queen b6, knight b3 of course is not an option due to c4 castles, but this is according to white's plan. So black takes the pawn but spends tempi here, and then it's a3, bishop e7, then, yeah, that's interesting, bishop goes to e3, another pawn is offered, but
That would be too much.
that would be too much immediately. Bishop d4 traps the queen, if I see it correctly. Right. So black plays bishop c5, bishop d2. It's interesting.
Interesting, yes.
So after a3, black could have gone this, and white would not play bishop d2
But
in this case, but would
b4
go
more
b4.
likely.
Right. Anyway, after bishop d2, I'm guessing her plan is to play b4 to chase the bishop away. So this is how you play after queen b6, doesn't matter what the position. So when I was suggesting after queen b6 here on board 1 to sacrifice the pawn, you know. So on board 2, Katerina Lachnov went to sacrifice the pawn, and she will try to prove. By the way, b4 might be not the cleverest idea, because after castle, I am guessing this might already work.
Yeah, you shouldn't castle in this position as black without
Bishop
the knight on f6.
h7 and knight g5. Let's see if it works. Okay, this should be working. Threatening mate, and after rook e8.
Take on
I just take f7. Yeah, it's got to be rook d8 at least, not to drop the rook. Probably loses a mate. Yeah, it's made by force, right? Check, and this is known. It's mate on f7. Long line, but everything with a check.
And very forced, so there's not even a sideline.
Yeah, and basically, this is.
The other option is always king g6 that you need to calculate before capturing on h7.
Check. Yeah, I was trying to remember. There is no specific name. It's known as a bishop h7 sacrifice.
Isn't it the Greek gift?
Could be.
I thought it's called Greek gift when you take on h7, but maybe that's taking on h7 and g7 at the same time, because sometimes it's a double bishop sacrifice.
Yeah, double bishop sacrifice. I'm perfectly sure it's Laska's bishop sacrifice, because it was a better Laska to sacrifice first. So bishop h7.
Then I think
h7,
this is the Greek gift.
So this could be a great.
At least that's how I learned it.
Yeah. Okay. King goes to g6. This is much trickier than king to g8. But still could be, well, actually I don't know. Here I thought queen g4, but then I mean it's much trickier. Knight e5 and queen h4 threatening this, and it might not work as well. Because there are two ways usually. It's either queen c2 or queen g4, right? Queen c2 I can't make it after f5.
You can at least win back the material.
I can take and give a check and take a fate, but I'm left without active pieces. This is something I don't like. I can try to play like this though. Rook e1. You know, if rook e8, then still black is not very comfortable. Ah, well, maybe this works. Check,
bringing
and
the
then queen to f3. I would be really, really scared with black. So.
No, usually in the French defense, once your knight is chased away from f6, you do not want to castle, because this bishop h7 works so often.
Yeah, well, the thing is, can black simply play bishop e7 back to cover g5 square? And, well, claim that bishop c1, d2... Okay, we had this position with white's bishop on c1, but does really bishop d2 help all that much? This is the question. Then I'm wondering, apart from Trafford at b4, there might be an interesting queen switch to a king side. So a queen a4 move, and if black castles, then something with queen g4 possibly, and you can see all the white pieces directed towards the black king.
Yeah, this is a very usual queen lift in this variation. So since there's no d4 pawn, you have sacrificed it. You can use the fourth rank.
Fourth rank at least, yeah.
So it is a very interesting line. as white, and I think very dangerous as well if you don't know it properly as black. So Voti Kim Fung needs to remember this variation. If not, she can get into trouble right from the opening.
Right, and look, this is board 3, and Nguyen Thai Mait Hung. I'm sorry if I mispronounce this one, it's not very easy. Against Valentina Gunina. Gunina was, I think, simply the first game of this tournament,
the women's
which was
tournament.
finished. And not only the women's tournament, I think the whole event.
She had a
winning
already
position
a
quite
piece
quickly,
advantage, but her opponent kept on playing. So we saw a few other results,
Anyway,
but
so,
first score, yes.
Yeah, Gunina scored the first victory in the tournament, and she's usually, if she's in the form, I mean, it's a really, but she can really show a great result, not only good chess-wise, but also, the results are usually very good for Valentina Gunina. Why I was excited when I switched to this game, it probably will not happen in our game, but this looks somewhat similar to this. I mean, white setup looks somewhat similar to this game I've mentioned, the Laska's Sacrifice. Two bishops directed towards the king side. After CD4, I'm guessing this would be a possibility to keep the bishop here. I won't be all that relaxed with black.
It's interesting to see this position with Gunina playing with the black pieces, because I would expect her enjoying this position so much if she
With
was white.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you can take with the pawn as well, but then bishop on b2 is not doing all that much. So I thought bishop d4, and then somehow it's not very comfortable. Bishop on b7 is passive. Maybe knight e4 will be needed, this way or another. Because otherwise, white has a very straightforward plan, moving the g-pawn or simply lifting the rook to g3.
And there are just so many white pieces attacking the king, so this is very, very pleasant.
Yeah, we should see what's going to happen here. And on board 4, Alexandra Goryachkina makes her debut in this tournament. She was not playing yesterday, it was Olga Giria, but since she lost, she got replaced by Alexandra Goryachkina, a Russian champion in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, very strong player, youngest in the team. Russia won twice against Vietnam in
3 times now we are being informed.
yeah.
So each time they played, the Russian team prevailed. Today is a chance for the Vietnamese ladies to prove that the stats don't always say what's going to happen. So this is not a prediction, this is just what happened in previous editions.
Right, so a Grunfeld was played. Bishop e3, queen d2. And yep, I'm probably a wrong person to talk about the Grunfeld. But yeah, this.
Shall we call board 1 of Russia?
Yeah, board 1 of Russia. Yeah, that's Peter Swidler we are talking about, obviously, and I believe everybody knows his brilliant video series on Grunfeld. Right, I always thought this capture on d4 kind of unties white a little bit. So as long as you can keep it, let's say, as long as you can, so kind of queen a5, all those moves looked like more Grunfeldish in a way. So c takes, knight to c6, bishop b5, bishop d7, knight e2. But this looks like kind of a mixture of all the possible plans. Castles, and then this tricky little move, knight e5, which might solve all the problems for black.
Funny way to trade pieces.
Yeah, might solve all the problems for black, because, yeah, obviously if you take on e5, black will take b5, and I'm guessing bishop d7 is not answered by knight d7, but rather knight c4. Here, and then takes e3, and probably doesn't matter what white takes with, it's just a pleasant position for black to play. I would try to take with the pawn, apparently, so that at least d4 is not hanging. Because this, in a way, looks somewhat more pleasant for white. I mean, rook b1, rook c1, center somehow is stable. But in this other line, Yeah, it might be black's queenside majority, which becomes a serious factor, plus the bishop protects the king well, and possibly after bishop h6 might also press the pawns.
And as for why these pawns, the double E pawns, are unlikely that will ever become passed pawns.
Yeah, right. So I'm guessing black just played this knight e5, after which he has to be absolutely fine.
Do you think that Goryachkina missed this idea?
Yeah, it is possible. It is possible. Things she's thinking here, it's, say, for Crawford standards, it's a little bit early to be out of theory. That move 12, yeah. But what she was doing, I mean, this bishop b5, knight e2 doesn't look all that well together. So it looks like a mixture of various plans. So after knight e5, it looks, at least on board 4, Vietnamese managed to solve their opening problems. Altogether, the match doesn't look all that bad for Vietnam.
Yeah, this has been the case yesterday too, that we saw the underdogs putting up a very good fight, good opening preparation. Also in the middle game, we didn't see much trouble for the weaker teams, but as we approach the time trouble, that's usually when problems start.
Where mistakes are made, right. And yeah, it's not enough to get the equal position. It's not enough to get a better position. Yeah, the big guys, those tough opponents, they are known to stand the pressure for 3 hours, 4 hours. As long as the game goes, yeah, they are ready to keep the pressure. That's perhaps what separates them from the, let's say, from the lower-rated players. Okay, so back to open. Shall we?
Yeah, shall we have a look at once again the China-India match, since we only saw the first few moves?
We've seen only first few moves.
And this is going to be a very exciting game. Dingley ran with it, Santosh.
Yeah, after bishop e7, bishop g2 is one of the slower ways to play this position, but Dingley Ren is ready to invest this h2, h3 tempo. Yesterday he was playing a known position tempo down, right? So today he does, well, more or less the same, but I think this is much more to the point, because it's very important for white to get the space on the king's side, to make sure that black is not castling. That's what I wanted to say. Black just castled.
And he doesn't mind that his pawn is hanging on g5.
Yeah, bishop e3, this is a known trick. If you take, it's knight e6 and the check, and white gets much better ending with
and the pawn structure of black is worse, so it's better bishops and
d6 is a weak pawn. Yeah, so bishop g5 is not an option. b5, a3, same tactical trick in case of bishop g5. Bishop b7 and h3, h4.
So it was still not necessary to defend the pawn, but he's simply expanding on the king's side.
h4, rook g1, very straightforward, I have to say. Knight c5, f2, f3, and black just castled short.
He's a brave guy.
Yeah, so white will sooner or later castle long, and then will try to attack this king. Even though with a2, a3 played, white's king won't be all that safe even after a long castle, because b4 will come one day.
At the moment it's safer in the middle of the board.
Yeah, it could be that you want to keep the king in the center.
You can go to f2 sometimes, but maybe not in this position.
Yeah, okay, let's make a few moves so that I'll be able to illustrate white's Trafford idea in this one. I say black goes, I don't know, knight a5 is a terribly bad move, knight e5. But this doesn't allow me to do what I wanted to do.
What did you want to show?
Okay, let's go knight a5, which is a bad move, people. g6, this is how they attacked. This is how they attack.
You give up first
not h5, not h5 and g6, because it's kind of one more tempo, and then black would not react to g6. But we start with g6, and then
so black is forced to take this.
And then it's h5. And it's very, very annoying usually, because g5 I'll take, and then g7 is weak. If you take here, then, you know, it's not necessarily that it works in this position, but yeah, the idea is such that, yeah.
It happens so often in the Sicilian that you launch this pawn attack.
Queen h2, you know, attacking h5. And it's not the material what matters, but who is faster to get to opponent's king.
Sure, with opposite side castling, you shall know that it doesn't matter how many pawns or how many pieces sometimes that you sacrifice, but you should be quick.
Yeah, by the way, first move in this direction was just made, queen d2. So, anyway, yeah, it's kind of a multi-purpose move. Queen is much better placed on d2, so it's still not clear if he's going to castle. But yeah, so that's the position.
This is going to be a very exciting game that we shall have a look at from time to time, because I think for a board one clash, this opening choice, kudos to both players, so that they are providing us entertainment.
Right, so I'm curious to see if that was corrected, this Russia versus Turkey, this game. No, not really. Not really. It still says something weird, this Yilmaz versus Vitigo, so we'll have to figure out what is this during the short break. So stay with us. After some 10 minutes, we'll be back commentating on round 2.
Welcome back to the broadcast of the 2017 World Team Chess Championship in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. Before we continue with the games, let us briefly go through the composition of the event, why these teams are qualified to play the World Team Championship. That was a question that we received on Twitter, and you can also tell us your questions by using the hashtag #UgraChess. So this is a competition that is organized every 2 years. One of the teams that qualifies is always the defending champion being China and Georgia, China in the open section and Georgia in the women's section. Then there are 4 continental championships, and every champion from their continent qualifies.
So that has to be Russia in both sections, in fact? I think Russia is
Yes,
the
Russia
European
in both
champion in both
sections.
sections.
You're right.
Then it's Egypt in both sections for Africa.
True. For
well-
America, it's the United States, and for Asia, in the open section, it's India, and
Right.
for the ladies, it's China.
It's China.
I almost forgot, but luckily I have notes.
Yeah, and it must be United States for both women, and from America it's both United
True.
States in both sections.
Apart from these spots, there are 3 spots from the previous chess Olympiad. So 3 teams qualify from the chess Olympiad. And since some of the teams that finished on the podium already qualified from continental championships, that led to, for instance, Norway and Turkey qualifying in the open section, and Ukraine and India making it to the World Team Championship because of their Baku nice finish. So, for instance, Norway finished 5th at the Baku Chess Olympiad, Turkey finished 6th, Ukraine was a bronze medalist in the women's section at Baku, and India finished 5th. Apart from these teams, so these are 8 teams that we have mentioned so far, there are 2 wild cards. One wild card by the host. So normally that gives a chance for the host country to allow their national team participate, but in case of Russia that was not necessary.
Right.
So they
and
gave...
I think this card went to Belarus in the open section, and then apparently to Azerbaijan in the ladies section.
Yes, and there's another wild card by the FIDE president. So in fact there are 2 wild cards in both sections, one by the host, the organizers, and another by the FIDE president. In both cases it mainly went to the teams that finished on one of the top spots at the Baku Chess Olympiad. So it's great to see that they mainly use the Chess Olympiad as to determine which teams are in the best shape and which teams shall fight for the World Champions title.
Right, and I think we are ready to go back to the playing hall again. Yes, back to a match between China and India, and I'm guessing back to a top board again. 2 more moves were played. After Queen D2, Rook B8, somewhat mysterious move. The file is closed, right? And remember, the move I was making was Rook C8, which is like the first thing you do. You put the rook to the open file. But Rook B8 is a bit more clever, I would claim, because after castles, it gives white a possibility. It gives black a possibility to go B4 immediately. And then, after takes, knight takes, rook all of a sudden finds itself on the b file, which is probably more useful. And then after queen c7, the other rook might go to a c file.
So that's why it's more useful to make a kingside move and wait with castling.
Yeah, so that's what white does. h5, and after queen c7, Dingley played queen to h2. So now he's getting ready, really, for this g6 thing. And
He might not castle yet.
Yeah, he might not castle yet. He's creating, I'm guessing, the threat of, okay, let's make a silly move for black. Rook e8, the move which will never be played. Knight b5, bishop c5, a little tactic. So using this pin, white wins the pawn, which is maybe not such an important factor at the moment, but you know, still it's nice to win it. What black has to do, I mean, probably white's main threat is not to take this b5 pawn, but to come up with g5, g6. Even if not immediately, but you always have to be aware with black. I'm guessing knight e5 you will consider here.
And at least black has some tactical ideas about the b4
there are some
knight.
ideas with capturing f3. I'm still not sure what's going to happen in this case. Can it be that after knight e5 I can castle long? Because an immediate b4 now doesn't seem to work. b4 I'll just take, right, chasing the knight away. After castle long, and I'm probably ready for f4 and then g6 later. I kind of like white, knowing how dangerous attacking player Dingley Ren is. Yeah, his ability of calculating all those lines.
The time situation is roughly equal, so
It's 1 hour each after the opening.
we assume that they are both out of the book by now, and this is going to be about the middle game. Of course, when these strong players prepare the opening, they don't only prepare the first moves, but also they study the middle game, but in terms of plans and ideas, so it's not something that they memorize move by move.
Right, so that's the most exciting game in this match, because other three are kept much more quiet. So 2 games where China has the black pieces are both pretty much simplified and somewhat similar structure. So E file is open in this one, Atiban versus Yu Yang. White has a bit more space, but I think black with a precise defense have to be able to hold this one. And on board 4, Negi and Li Chao, that's the position here. Once again, open E file, nobody has any space advantage, anything. I'm guessing it's just around equal.
Roughly equal.
Has to be around equal. And on board 3,
Between
Wei
Wei
Yi.
and Sasikiran, that's another interesting game.
Yeah, well, it's, as I said, kept quiet for a little bit, but 16 moves made, not a single pawn being exchanged, so, which gives you an idea how complex this is, and it can, in fact, can go either way. As for the moment, White has some achievements, this pawn on A5, but interestingly, I've seen it quite often that, well, especially if those bishops getting exchanged somehow, black has a very nice square on B5 for his rook. Bishops, though, are unlikely to get exchanged. I mean, somewhere here, if bishops are exchanged, then rook can be put on B5. And this way, after knight FD2, I'm guessing White doesn't have an idea. You simply cannot move the knight from C4 anyway. So
and sometimes bishop A4.
Bishop A4 is a little disturbing move, so that this knight proves to be not stable on C6. Plus F2, F4 might become an idea. So this is interesting so far. It looks like, this board 1 might decide the match. In fact, because other 3 are very solid. On board 3, it's still very complex, but can be a draw potentially. And this is certainly a very, very sharp game. Dingley Ren versus Vidit. I've got informed. The mystery was solved. This Vityugov's game against Mustafa Yilmaz.
The queens are back on the board.
Yeah, the queens are back on the board. The game has finished, and it was a draw in the theoretical line. Remember when I've seen GF6 played and Queen on A5, this one, Rook C1, Queen A5. I've managed to figure out it was a Vienna variation of Queen's Gambit. This is known. I check. I think it's just, if White wants its draw by force, that's precisely what White did. E5 and Queen H5. Some Queen G5 ideas, apparently. Knight D7, check, King F8. Yeah, it's rather straightforward. Takes on C8, takes on D7.
So it's all been theory, no?
Yeah, it's all been theory, and I don't even think that we have to comment on this one, because there is a lot of tactic, as one can see. Queen D8. Yeah, black wants to exchange queens. If you take, then you lose one of your pieces. So knight E6, Queen H6 happens to be just a perpetual check. Queen E6 check and Queen H6 check. You don't go there, don't you? Yeah.
So this is the case when a very well prepared underdog, Mustafa Yilmaz being the lower rated player, but with the white pieces, and since he prepared very well, he knows this theoretical line, and Nikita Vityugov didn't want to avoid entering this line, so it ended up in a draw. But seems that both players are happy with the result.
Yeah, but it leaves Turkish team with 2 black games, in which, of course, they will have more trouble. So I'm wondering, just quickly to check, Swidler versus Dragan Sholok. So that was the position after 4 moves. Clear hint that black is ready to play a King's Indian. White went for bishop G5. apparently opting for something like, yeah, actually I'm not sure what Peter Swidler's intentions were, because you can play queen d2, you can play e3, both are possible. Black immediately went for h6, g5, and knight h5 to take this bishop. e3, c5, d5. So this way, black gets a very strong bishop on g7, control all the dark squares. But black's problem is that somewhat compromised structure. The h6, g5. After a few more moves, it will become clear. Bishop e2, right? And you never ever want to castle short. I mean, here it's simply not possible because of knight g5, right? But even if, say, you take f3, this will improve white structure a great deal. I'm guessing Peter will take with the pawn and then later play f4. And once again, you probably don't want this, f4,
Not
and
really.
then, yeah. And castle long in this structure is sort of problematic. I mean, you will have to find, yeah, probably you don't take f3. You will have to find the place for all of your guys here. So bishop d7 and queen. Already with the queen, I'm not sure. Queen on b6 is not doing all that much.
Yeah, so black's other problem is that he's lacking space, so it's not so comfortable to place your pieces.
Yeah, e6, which might be an idea, and to kind of to try to get some sort of a Benoni structure. But white will not recapture with the pawn, I'm guessing. White can play rook d1 or even castle long maybe, so that after e d5 he will take with the knight, getting a strong knight on d5. Maybe castle long is too much, you know. This looks safer. This looks safer. King will be safe even on f1. Because usually you want to connect your rooks, but here rook on d1 does some job, rook on h1 is not badly placed, so maybe you are fine with king being on f1. Right, so potentially a good position for Peter Swidler, and then it's a King's Indian, and this is not the name of the opening, this is the evaluation of this position. Matlakov against Emre Can, because, yeah, white has nearly everything he wants, a lot of space, but it's a King's Indian, so black's potential for a counterplay should not be underestimated. One day this knight leaves, black goes f5, and even if it's objectively good for white, it's very, very messy, and one has to calculate properly, one has to be creative, and basically this is where the game starts usually. Because nowadays you can rarely win a game against King's Indian not being attacked. Yeah,
True.
there were, in the old times, let's say, where players would not understand the position all that nice. You could win a nice positional game, kind of claiming that the bishop on g7 is not doing much, getting space on both wings, winning a nice positional game. Not here. I'm afraid it will be really, really tough for Matlakov, even though his position looks very nice. And on board 4, we have Wahab Shanal for Turkey versus Vladimir Fedoseev. So both, to remind you, both Matlakov and Fedoseev made it to a Russian team in the very last moment after successful performance at the European.
One European champion and the other a bronze medal, so of course it was a very logical move by the Russian captain that he replaced two experienced players, Yakovenko and Inarkiev, former European champions, by the new generation Matlakov and Fedoseev, who played an excellent European championship just a week ago.
All right, and this looks pretty comfortable for black. In fact, white already has to be careful about potential sacrifices on h3. I'm guessing queen f3 will. Honestly, I don't know if. I know bishop h3 is not such a threat. I just realized that I can play knight c4, for instance, because it looks attractive, but since g2 is protected, there isn't a single check. And yeah, and black is unlikely to get the rook on the 6th rank. I thought of f5, so to cover g4 square, but then white takes, and after rook a6, white is just in time to play queen g4. So maybe.
So bishop takes h3 is not a threat.
Yeah, maybe bishop h3 is not a threat. This is usually very, very solid for both sides. I mean, this kind of positions. I can't imagine. I mean, black optically looks quite nice. I mean, it's a nice bishop, right? Stable in the center, everything. But in terms of, once again, in terms of plans, in terms of moving the pawns, it's not really easy to suggest a plan for black. So therefore, white usually is very, very safe. Okay, so I think that's the plan for Turkish team today. I mean, they want, once again, they want to be solid, and they wouldn't mind to make another 4 draws.
We shall see if they can do that. You also mentioned that they're capable of beating the Russian team.
Yeah,
it already happened.
Yeah, once it happened that they've beaten Russia in the European Team Championship in 2013 in Warsaw. And it was Russia with Krysiak, so arguably a stronger team composition. I was Krysiak on board 1, Swidler, Tomaszewski, and someone else. It was quite a strong team. Yeah,
and Turkey
won +1. Yeah, so they can produce some surprises here and there.
We see the captain of the Turkish team, by the way, Michael Krasenkov from Poland, that trains now the Turkish players. Many of these captains, by the way, are famous coaches, or they were famous already as players.
As players, right.
Andrei Filatov is the captain of the Russian national team. He is the president of the Russian Chess Federation. As you mentioned yesterday, he's not here simply because it's nice to say that he's the captain, but he loves chess.
He really is interested in about what's going on in the games, and yeah, he's keen to see what's quite useful on b8. After knight f1, he goes queen to a7. Pressing f2. He's ready to trade the bishop, it seems. After knight e3, black is still thinking. Now, the good thing about having a queen on a7 is that it kind of controls d4. It's not that easy for for white to get d3, d4, unless he's planning to take on c6. What bothered me a little, though, that the queen is far away from the king side. So if anything is going to happen here, you know, like knight h4, knight f5 at some point, then yeah, black might find it hard bringing pieces to protect the king. And once again, interesting, after 1.5 hours of play, not a single pawn being exchanged. So this
typical of these structures, that there are so many maneuvers when in closed position, barely any pawn captures. a4.
a4.
I think that's logical, because if he already placed his queen on a7, then he should do something on the queen side. Also, the b5 bishop is now not that stable.
Not that stable, right. Not that stable. And possibly even queen a5 or queen b6, you know, to force the capture. Queen b6 will drop the pawn, so queen a5 will more or less force the capture on c6. So that's quite an ambitious move, of course.
I think Żatomski has finished her game. At least I've seen her leaving the playing.
In the women's section. So let's see if we have. I think we have more results. Yeah, by the way, in this match, just not to leave, board 3 has already finished. It was a very quick draw.
Alexandra versus Moiseyenko.
Yeah, 13 moves, and it was a draw.
Since there's no Sofia rule, they can offer a draw whenever they feel like. So it has been removed from the regulations just last minute, I believe, because it didn't make so much sense for a team event.
Right, so Vitigo is a draw, as we mentioned, and no other results in the open section. So I go to the ladies section, and it's a draw for Anna Zatonskih and Harika Dronovali, the game we didn't look at. Yeah, actually that's a tough match again for India and United States.
It is tough. India yesterday could have had a very good score against the defending champion Georgia, but they did not manage to win the match in the end, because on board 4 they had a piece up.
Yeah, they had an absolutely winning position, which strangely enough Indian player did not convert and even lost in the, it was very quick. I mean, it was winning, then it was one mistake, after which it had to be a draw, and then another mistake followed, after which.
So that meant 2-2 against Georgia, which I think is a result that they would have signed if they were asked before the game. Would you like a 2-2 against Georgia? But knowing how the positions went, I think it was, of course, a disappointment for India that they couldn't win the match.
Right, so now it started with a rather uneventful draw on board 1, Zatonskih versus Harika Dronovali. well, nothing to say much. Catalan, which we've already seen many times. Yeah, basically here we've seen this b3 move, and bishop f4 is another way to play after bishop a6, knight e5. Not that it's a drawish position, once again. I mean, it's just that some people find it... I don't know why, actually. I'm not sure why. I'm guessing this is how it's usually played. By the way, there is knight d5. There is knight d5, which is also interesting. Knight c3, and then, yeah, for some reason, I don't remember why, but you cannot really take this one. It's knight b4. I'm guessing it's knight b4,
that's
knight
nice
e7,
idea.
queen e7, and then some knight c2 is coming.
Trapping the rook on a1. So Harika decided that today a draw would be good for her after yesterday's very long game against Zagnidza. She must have been tired. Even though she won the game, it is tiring to play for 5-6 hours.
Some statistics on this matchup. 2 victories for India in 2009 and 2015, and a draw in 2013. 3 other games are in progress. On board 2 we have a Queen's Gambit, a Carlsbad, but an entertaining one. It's not your regular minority attack, but...
It isn't. It's an opposite side castling in this game as well. It seems like it's the topic of the day.
Yeah, but what's interesting, it's opposite side castling, but if we think, it's still very positional, because at least for white, it's not very easy to attack this king. White doesn't have all that many pieces
black
here.
that is trying to attack.
Yeah, and black also has to be... I mean, it's not all that quick for black, because say black's going to beat the move. I'll pass, rook g1. I don't know what does that do. b4 would allow knight a4 and a very nice blockade, right? No longer you're attacking, and you probably have to switch to some sort of defense. c6 pawn is weak. So you will have to play a4, after which there is a3, knight a2, knight b4.
It's not easy to break through. We see Tanya Sajda playing for India. This is her first game here in Khanty-Mansiysk. Yesterday she had a rest, so today...
h4, by the way. Yeah.
h4 was played.
Yeah, so she's having a debut today. Yeah, and h4 intending to play h5, bishop takes h4 is dangerous. Due to, well, you simply open the file. That's enough of a justification. You don't want to open files. Right, so tense game on board 2. Board 3 and 4 are in progress. Board 1 has finished, this we know, and now we are ready for an interview with the team captain of Team United States of America.
Dear chess friends, the first press conference of the second day of the World Team Chess Championship in Khanty-Mansiysk is with Melikset Hachiyan, head coach of the US women national team and also team captain.
Дорогие друзья, первая пресс-конференция второго игрового дня командного чемпионата мира в Ханты-Мансийске с главным тренером и капитаном команды женской сборной США.
So we just want to see the games actually in progress. We have one game drawn, Zatonsky Khan and Harika Dranawali, so is there anything to say about it?
Хотелось бы посмотреть на партии, которые сейчас идут. Одна партия уже закончилась. Анна Затонских сыграла в ничью с Харикой Дранавали на первой доске. Пожалуйста, расскажите, что было в этой партии.
11 moves?
Yeah, well, as usual, sometimes happens in chess world. Whenever you prepare for the line and suddenly the game went differently, and we haven't expected this particular line. And Anna had spent, so much time and had decided to propose a draw.
Ну, как часто происходит в шахматном мире, вы готовите какой-то определенный вариант, а на доске происходит совсем другое. Мы не были подготовлены к этому варианту, и Анна потратила довольно много времени и решила все-таки согласиться на ничью.
But 3 more games are in progress, so let's watch the game of Tanya Sachev against Sabina Francesca Foysher.
Но 3 партии еще продолжаются. Давайте посмотрим партию Тани Сачдев против Сабины Франчески Фойшер, извините.
Well, I mean, obviously all games are battle everywhere. That particular game, Sabina, I think this game is quite complicated. I assume white's still better, but not much. So it's still full fight.
На всех 3 оставшихся досках продолжается борьба. В этой конкретной партии, мне кажется, что позиция довольно сложная. У белых лучше, но не сильно, и по-прежнему полнокровная борьба.
So isn't Black King in a dangerous situation, no?
Well,
Черный король не в опасной ситуации?
You can say that, but if you notice, there is no light color bishop, and typically for those positions, if there is no light color bishop, it shouldn't be so much dangerous.
Да, можно так сказать, но, как вы видите, нету чернопольного слона, и в таких позициях...
Белопольного.
Простите, да, белопольного слона в таких позициях не должно быть опасно, если нету белопольника.
Okay, thank you for chess lesson. And it's another game of Katerina Nemtsova and Padmini Rud.
Спасибо за шахматный урок. Следующая партия Катерины Немцовой против Падмини Рут.
I mean, I'm not happy with this game. I'm not happy with this preparation and prep the line. White got nothing out of opening, and now it's a worse, and now we need to fight for equality.
Я недоволен этой партией. Белые не получили ничего после дебюта, и теперь у них даже чуть хуже, и приходится бороться за равенство.
Okay. And the last but not the least,
Our youngest.
yes. So, what's here?
Ну и, наконец, последняя партия, самая юная участница американской сборной. Что происходит здесь?
Well, as usual, whenever young people playing, it's a mess. It's a chaos.
Ну, как обычно, когда молодые играют, это просто хаос.
Everything can happen.
Absolutely. I mean, it's unpredictable situations. I mean, it looks like it seems very dangerous for black, but in fact, there's some tricks, some swindles going on, so it's not easy to handle.
Ну, кажется, как будто у черных опасно, но на самом деле всегда есть какие-то трюки, так что не так просто играть эту позицию.
Okay, let's see. We have a time trouble ahead of us also. But just please tell us a couple of words about your players.
Посмотрим, впереди еще время цейтнотов. Пожалуйста, расскажите немного об игроках сборной.
Well, I mean, as many teams arrive in this event, our team also is, I would say, quite underrated because we're missing our top 3 players.
Как и многие команды, которые приехали на этот чемпионат, наша команда не в оптимальном составе. У нас есть несколько сильных игроков, которые не участвуют.
And because of that, we brought here our young kids, young talents, and future members of, I would say, of our team.
И поэтому мы привезли сюда молодых талантов. Я бы назвал их будущими участницами основного состава сборной.
Particularly Akshita, she's just 14 years old.
Например, Акшите всего 14 лет.
And I think I'm happy to have, new members in our particular team because they bring to our team some freshness.
Я рад, что у нас в команде есть молодые участницы, потому что они приносят какую-то свежесть.
If you look at the position, for instance, there is so much complications here. Let's say if position white will take on b5.
Например, давайте посмотрим вот на эту позицию. Если здесь белые возьмут на b5.
Yeah, I didn't check with computer, but looks like there's a very strong idea with playing f5.
Я не проверял с компьютером, но кажется, что очень сильная идея сыграть f5.
And now, no matter where white queen goes, there is a jump with knight b4.
И неважно, куда пойдет белый ферзь, есть прыжок конь b4.
Any reply, yes?
Well, I'm not sure about any reply, but because on queen b1 I could try to play bishop b4 check.
На самом деле не знаю, на каждый ли отход ферзя, потому что, например, на ферзь b1 можно еще слон b4 шах сыграть.
So what I'm saying is, this is exactly what I expect from young players in our team.
Ну, что я хочу сказать, это что именно этого я и ожидаю от молодых участниц нашей команды.
No fear.
Мы не боимся,
Нету
да?
страха.
Just fight, full-time fight and create complications, make all people struggle.
Просто полнокровная борьба, создание осложнений, и пусть все мучаются.
Ну, кто постарше, пускай мучает.
Let those who are elder struggle.
And when you are suffering during the game, what are you doing? I think that you were reading something or not.
Но когда вы вот так вот мучаетесь во время партий, что вы делаете? Вы
Some people
читаете?
singing, some people thinking. I'm not sure. I mean, it depends.
Некоторые поют, некоторые думают. Я не знаю, это зависит от человека.
And okay, but what do you think about the organization?
Что вы думаете об организации?
I mean, as usual, I was here first time 7 years ago when I first time was actually coach of our US team.
Olympiad.
Yeah, an Olympiad, yeah, in Khanty-Mansiysk. I mean, unbelievable organization, amazing people. I mean, I love it.
Я был здесь несколько лет назад, также в качестве капитана сборной на Олимпиаде, и мне очень нравится, здесь прекрасные люди, здорово.
So Melik said, thank you very much for analysis and speaking to us. You're always welcome. See you and good luck.
Меликсет, спасибо большое вам за анализ партии и за ответ на вопросы. Удачи!
Спасибо огромное. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Welcome back to the broadcast of the World Team Championship. This is day 2 and we shall continue with the games. Which match do you want to focus on,
Well,
Evgeny?
just for a bit, Shikalko versus Ponomarev, that's the match between Belarus and Ukraine I'm talking about. Yeah, as soon as we are allowed to do. Yeah,
you want the
some results already. I always want a chessboard. Some results already, all of them being draws, right? So one draw in this match, one draw in the ladies section, Anna Zatonskih against Harika Dranovali, one draw for Turkey and Russia in the open section, but most of the matches are all in progress. All games,
Your
yeah.
chessboard.
Yeah, my chessboard, luckily.
I
Right.
like the camera a lot, that we can see the players, so it's great that you see them from so many different angles. There are tons of cameras in the playing hall, as you could see it, so we have close-ups of the players. Every time we switch boards, they hear who we are talking about and they
Yeah.
switch to that camera, so that is brilliant.
Right, and what I wanted to talk about this one. Why is that? Ah, yeah.
You see that they're already there?
Yeah, we are here. After A4, remember I said this queen is somewhat missing. at the king side, and Sergei Shigalko is going for it. So he takes the knight on c6 because, as we said, bishop is no longer comfortable on b5. Plus, this knight could have gone to e7 to help the king side, right? So he takes over there
And then he goes
knight h4.
Very logical play.
Potentially, he wants queen f3 and one of the knights to f5. I'm not sure this knight or the other knight, right?
I would be scared here playing with the black pieces.
So you have to be really, you have to react somehow. I'm guessing if you let white to play a couple of moves more, it might be too late. So it's maybe some sort of knight h7 is needed. I don't think, for instance, d5, and as they say, fighting for a center, I don't really think it will help black much in terms of protecting the king side, because after queen f3, it's not clear what did you achieve by pushing d5. In fact, it makes your e5 pawn weaker.
So how shall black play in this situation?
I'm not really sure. Once again, if black's bishop would be somewhere on e7, then I could imagine a situation where black would play g6 to control f5 square, right, and later on put the bishop on f8. But now bishop is on c5. It's active in a way, but at the same time it cannot be easily transferred to a king side. And then something like queen f3 and already knight f5, even with the piece sacrifice, might be an issue. Now, really, he has to do something really smart, and maybe this move, because knight on f5 will materialize anyway. So knight h7. For the moment, f2 is hanging, so after knight f5, at least you can take so that white cannot take with the knight.
So it would be better to prepare it with queen
and
f3, but
after
then you
queen
want to
f3,
go knight
I
g5?
thought I'll play knight g5, but then then you go queen g3. And
still
once
knight f5
again,
will be played.
the knight on g5 is stable as for the moment, but once knight f5 will be played, or sometimes it can be king h2 f4. I kind of like white here.
I like white as well. Also knight h to f5 and then h4. There are so many options for white, and with the queen on a7, it's going to be difficult for black to defend on the king side if he cannot create counterplay very quickly. But there's the counterplay.
Yeah, it's not easy really. Right, this rook on a1 will probably never enter the game, because I thought something like this to press the b pawn, so that rook is not entering. But do you need really? You have enough pieces here, right? Something like queen a6, for instance, so that to press d3, so queen f3 is not possible. But then you untie the knight on e3, so this knight can go to f5. And already you have to be aware of some sacrifices. It's just as simple as that. As long as black has a lot of pieces on the other side of the board. I mean, next move might be bishop takes, queen d2, slowly but surely getting to a king. Yeah, Ponomarev has to be careful, really.
I think he is slightly worried. He seemed to be more relaxed before.
Right, so to remind you, in this match, it's draw on board 3. And in 2 other games, Ukraine has the white pieces. This is the game of Alexander Areshenko against Vladislav Kovalyov. Easy to guess.
Sergei Zhigako enjoying his position against Ponomarev, having a cup of coffee.
Right. So here, it's easy to guess what it was. It was another Joko Piano, and as I keep saying, this is mysterious. When they start exchanging those bishops, and who takes with what? It's never been clear to me. Because, for instance, queen d7, and you would think you protect the bishop to take it with the queen, and then all of a sudden bishop takes, and the pawn takes, knight b3, then white plays bishop e3 and takes with the rook. And every now and again you will have the opposite situation where black would capture with the piece, and in this case white will take with the pawn on e3.
And sometimes it's just doubled pawn, so you see the e file with 4 pawns on it.
That's been the case.
Especially on top level. In Magnus Carlsen's games you see that pawn structure often.
Rook a2, knight e7, d4. This is what happened. At least now it's a serious change to the structure, so it won't be symmetrical anymore. It's not very pleasant for black, this kind of positions. I'm guessing something, okay, d5 is not the move, just don't get me wrong. I mean, something like that was an ending which Magnus Carlsen won against Sergei Karyakin when he leveled the score in the World Championship match. So here d5 is not even an option because of knight e5. I'd say both pawns moves in the center are not very favorable for black. So d5 allows e5, after which if you look, black has a majority here, these three versus those two, but to get
Doesn't
c5,
look like a majority.
yeah, to get c5 is practically impossible. Let's try the other idea. Again, in terms of ideas, because e5 might be hanging, but if we get this structure, again, those three against those two, somehow you're not very comfortable moving because c6 will create some weaknesses. So that makes me think that white's space advantage is a long-term factor. So it's really not clear what you're moving for black. You probably want to create some piece play here, possibly moving knight to g6, you know, heading to f4. This is where black chances are. But usually, yeah, playing with the pieces, it's more of a tactical side of the game, right? So if white prevents all those tactical tricks, then he has to be better. That's my take on this one. And on board 4, it's something. Okay, I won't say it's sharp, but there are some tactical possibilities here. It's Martin Kravtsev against Alexei Fedorov. Yeah, Fedorov is an interesting player, by the way. Younger generation might not know him quite well. He was a very, very strong player in the end of 90s, reaching 2680 at that time. And that was quite a rating, I have to say. Apparently was top 20. Right, and then he had a disastrous tournament in Polanica's Drew in Poland when he started with 0 out of 6. And since then, he's never been to the same level. That's interesting. Psychologically,
that tournament broke him.
Psychologically, it kind of broke him. Yeah, I remember, and he was very interesting. A brave player. He was playing Dragon and he was playing a King's Gambit on this high level, winning spectacular games. But as well, yeah, after he suffered that tournament, he never got back to the same level. But still, he makes it to a Belarus national team. Right, what about it? Knight e3 is a threat, so I'm not in time to take on a6. And then I don't know what white has to do. Something like bishop d2 doesn't appeal to me all that much. So black's gonna take, and it's a bit uncomfortable. So I was thinking if white could try to play this position for an advantage, bishop to d3. And then knight e3 happens to be not such a clever idea, because I take, a6 is hanging, you have to take back, and then there is something. There is certainly something. I thought queen h5 immediately is strong, but there is g6.
G6 still prevents it.
This works.
Yes.
This works. Check, and okay. At very least, I just take e7 with a couple of extra pawns and absolutely winning position. Yep. So
but also possible that you can bring the rook.
Yeah, maybe I can lift the rook, or I'll do it later. In fact, I'll do it one move
this
later.
must be completely lost.
Yeah, this is bad, really. So after bishop d3, black probably takes b5, and then I don't have this sacrifice, but I might play. I was really interested in looking at this with opposite colored bishops, but somehow white being active here on the king's side. Some rook a7 to add to this. It can be that black is in danger here. For instance, rook f8 and some rook a7. I'm not sure. There could have been some sacrifices already, but rook a7 looks like an unpleasant move to face. For instance, bishop f6 loses to queen e4. You are forced to play g6 and then rook f6 played.
Queen c1.
He played queen to c1 instead.
So he wants to take back on e3 with the queen.
So maybe he wants to take back on e3 with the queen. But
I think that the f file opened up.
Yeah, this
the other
bishop
variation.
d3 was not. It was looking promising. Now the thing is here that if black takes b5, postpones the decision about taking on e3 for one move, you will still have to decide what to do with this bishop. Okay, bishop a7, Karpov, Unziker. It's not the case here, right? That's actually highly recommended. The fine positional game, Karpov against Unziker in Roy Lopez, where this bishop a7 happened to be a very clever move, but not here. After rook b7, I don't really see. I don't really see what does this bishop do here. Yeah, a move like bishop d2 is not appealing either, so I'm guessing it's possible that he wants to play bishop g5, but again, I don't know where it leads. I still like my bishop d3 better. Altogether, it doesn't look all that easy for Ukraine, this match. Not at all. So Belarus, they've lost terribly yesterday, only taking half a point against China, but they are a strong team.
They are. And are there any other results that we shall mention before we go on with other analysis?
Well, not really. I don't really see anything. Well, by the way, match we were practically not talking about Norway against Egypt. I'm checking in all four games are in progress.
Complicated
in all four of them,
positions.
they are quite complex positions. For instance, last board, just look at it. I mean, it's not the opposite side castle, but the character of the game is such that
Yes,
black,
another French defense, and with the center being closed, you basically play on the wings.
on your wing, right? So basically, this chain in the center suggests on which side do you play. White has this e5 advanced pawn, so has more space on the king side. Therefore, white expands here. While black actually achieved quite a lot. And then b3 would probably pack this bishop on b1 on the next move. Black's problem is, though, that he attacks, I don't know what, for the moment. It's a try to create, some double, some weak pawn, or white attacks the king. That always, the thing I always liked about this opposite side attacks, that if you attack the king, you might lose
You
material.
win, because it's a mate and you can lose
king's-
a rook on the other wing.
King's Indian, as an example, right? Where black might lose the rook on a8. In those classical variations, sacrifices nearly all of his queen side, but comes up with mating attack.
Yeah. What happens often in the French defense with this queenside attack of black, that you just end up closing the position so your king can escape to the queen side. Like you can go king d7, king
one
c7.
day you might run. A4, and it can be. Let's say white has to do something though, but a3, for instance, just to illustrate how it can happen, and then black all of a sudden would take and can run over here. I don't think, in fact, black has to play b3. Much more logical would be to take c3, in fact, but it's kind of same knight here, knight to b3. And then again, knight on b3 cements the whole queen side, and
Exactly.
you can run away again. Yeah, so this is quite interesting, but I would say the match itself is, let's say, not one of the top matches for today, so we will switch to something else. We have one more result. It's a draw for Alex Onyszczuk against Jan Krzysztof Duda. And this you cannot really call a premature draw. I mean, it got quite simplified. I was first I thought it's white to move. White takes on e3, and we get an ending. Then I realized it's a rook up for white.
Yes.
But it's black to move, and black will play knight c2, win the exchange back, and it will be absolutely symmetrical, equal position.
It's important whose turn it is.
Yeah.
So far in the Poland-United States match, the result is half-half.
Yeah, half.
Also half-half in case of Belarus versus Ukraine.
Right, half Russia versus Turkey. So, well, no lead being taken in any of those matches. Well, something looked interesting in United States-Poland match. Just a second. Here, on board one, Wojtaszek against Sam Shankland. That's the position. A bit uncharacteristic, I would say. I don't like Wojtaszek's position all of a sudden. I'm looking at it and somehow, either it gets simplified quickly, like this is what he's trying to achieve. Bishop takes d4, black apparently will take, not to end up being a pawn down. Takes, will take with the queen. And what's going on here? Because if white is not, if white doesn't have any kind of tactic here immediately, then black is absolutely fine. It's like one move, something like rook d8, and black will be absolutely fine. I thought for queen f4, But then I don't see anything after bishop f5. Because queen f4, yeah, attacks the bishop and makes this one a
But bishop
threat.
f5 prevents both.
Yeah, bishop f5 prevents both. Possibly this, queen h6, threatening knight g5 to win an exchange, right? But seems queen g7 solves the problem. And then I go here. It is tricky. And then I go attack the bishop, and then I go knight f6 check, unless you have f5. But f5 feels being suspicious. Knight d6 then, and then g5 traps the queen. Wow. I thought it was
unexpected.
Yeah,
because-
it was good for white. I was making an argument that this one must be good for white. Yeah, Sam has taken on d4, so now it will be clarified if really white has anything, or it will be just a draw, or even white might have to be a bit careful.
Did you see that
Potentially-
killer look on his face, by the way?
Yeah, Sam. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, his rating didn't change much lately, but all the results are up. Apparently, he played not very well in the U.S. Championship, but whenever he plays Olympiad, he shows a great result.
He is usually getting a board medal at least. And well, in Baku, they have won the Olympiad, the United States, lacking 3 players here in the World Team Championship, but still they are a very strong team. And it seems that for Shankland, he is even more motivated when he's playing in the team.
Yeah, and being board 1 this time.
Yeah, also as I think any board basically, but board 1, of course, even more prestigious. But I remember he receiving gold medal for board 4, board 5, so even lower boards.
Right. Shall we check China versus India again, where it's still 0-0, no results, but seemingly all the games are getting somewhat sharper, especially this one on the top board, Dingley ran against FIDE. It did change a bit after Queen H2,
So this
the
is where we
structure.
left it before.
Yeah, the structure. So Black has taken on D4 and played E5. Bishop E3, and then quite an interesting way to make this to meet this kingside attack is to play F7, F5, which is well, surprising at first, because you open the files, let's say, against your
The
own
G
king,
file, at
yeah.
least.
But in fact, yeah, you kind of open it on your own terms, because yeah, if white would still wait and then will play G6 when it's really needed, right? After F5, if white doesn't take on F6, if white does something else, you say white plays G6, you always have H6,
In the case
then
of
you,
H6,
yeah, the
the
king
other
is.
way around.
Yeah, if it's H6 from white, it's J6, yeah, absolutely. So you have to take bishop F6, and then again, you do have one open file, but H6 in most of the cases will be met with J6. King is relatively safe. The 7th rank is open now, so rook F7 is possible. Bishop protects G7. So it gets a bit slowed down. Castles, knight goes to E6, king B1, knight F4, and bishop went to H3. I'm not sure.
The position has changed so much with the knight on F4.
Yeah, right. I'm guessing, black can be just absolutely fine here.
I was
happens
going
if
to
I-
say that
yeah,
I
what
started
happens if
to
I-
prefer black.
I'll just play some move, and then I'm probably ready for this B4 move. And if the B file gets open, by the way, can I try for B4 immediately? Because this would be really a serious way. So A takes, and then I don't know what. Not that I don't have a move, but in fact I have a choice, it seems. I thought moving the bishop somewhere, but let's try to be tricky. Bishop to C8, so that eventually I want to take on B4. Bishop takes, rook takes, and I was hoping that when you take on F4, I will be able to take B4, but it doesn't work. This is something I don't like. So if it happens to be like this, white gets the knight on D5, then probably I'm not in time. But bishop F4, I was hoping for rook takes B4, but it's knight D5 again. It's knight D5 again. In case of some move like bishop D2, I don't know what would have happened. Maybe it's still not realistic. After all, yeah.
Ponomarev has finished his game against Sergei Zhigalko.
So it must be a draw. I don't believe he could lose so quickly. But yeah, the game has finished.
But that must be a relief for Ponomarev.
Yeah, Ponomarev is happy. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, he says, "Oh no, that wasn't all that interesting."
Well, after Queen F3, we thought it was getting hot in there on the king side.
Yeah, so that's a smart way to protect h7. For some reason, I didn't to protect h6. I didn't think of it. King h7, Queen f3. This is the next move. Knight g8 to protect
Typical
h6,
plan, actually.
and then you can play g6, so the knight protects the square on h6.
So it wasn't that bad. We just started to be too excited about White's king side attack.
Yeah, but it's a draw in the end. So 2 draws for Ukraine. Draws with the black pieces, and they keep their white games. They are pressing and their white games. So that's a clever plan for Ukraine. I don't know how it will turn though. Right, and what else shall we?
Shall we go back to the women's section?
Yeah, let's do. India against United States. Yeah, the one where we had one result. All other 3 are in progress. I'm guessing on the last board. Apparently India should have an advantage in this one. Just quickly, I wanted to show this one. I don't know, very, very original opening here. Starting from this Queen d7 move, which is a bit surprising. I always thought Knight d7 was fine. Okay, Queen d7, Queen to c2, takes, e3, so that Knight e5 is ready, and then black takes here, plays b5. This is very provocative from black. I mean, black does everything you would not do normally. I mean, giving this bishop, to take the pawn is possible, but you have to make sure this thing doesn't fall apart, which is a case in our game. After a4, c6, takes, queen e4. Black is lucky to have knight c6, because otherwise the whole rook would have been lost. Knight c6, knight b5, rook b8, and this is something I don't understand, because I was looking at this position during one of the breaks and I couldn't really understand why this pawn was not taken. You just take the pawn, you're a pawn up, what's the problem? But White for some reason decided to go knight c3 first and only then take the pawn on c4.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's a bit puzzling, but yeah, still it looks nice for White, I would say. I'm not sure if White's going to castle, because king of 1 is another way to get the king into safety, and a7, as for the moment, it rather looks weak than the passed pawn, right? Bishop b5, by the way, I just realized it's a threat.
Yes, so perhaps she doesn't even want to castle right now, but play for the spin with bishop b5.
This is... How do you meet this, by the way? Is it rook c1? Yeah, apparently it is. Yeah, it's got to be rook c1. Otherwise, I don't know. Yeah, you'll have to play rook c1. This looks shaky for both sides, in fact. I mean, so next few moves will be crucial. That's I'm sure.
I think the captain of the United States, he has just given an interview to us. If you were here, you listened to him, and he mentioned that Akshita is only 14 years old, and she plays the way young players do. She has no fear, so she just plays bravely. She doesn't care about giving up a pawn or two.
Yeah, that's interesting, really. Okay, how about the heavyweights here? So I mean, China and Ukraine, the clash of those favorites, 2 favorites. Where is it? Just let me find this one.
As we mentioned, for China, it is a really tough pairing. That after losing yesterday against Russia, today they are facing Ukraine.
Yeah, if they have a plan to win this event after yesterday's loss, it's crucial thing to win today, which is not easy against Ukraine, obviously. Right, so just quickly, on port 1, Ushenina against Zhu in June. Well, apparently fine for black, but it's a rare case where black wins positions like this, because those hanging pawns, they do give you a lot of space, but whenever you try to move them, usually things getting simplified and it liquidates into some ending, which is, Interesting. Look, all the pieces on the board, and I already can foresee that in most of the cases it will be some ending.
With
I
maybe
don't-
an isolated
Yeah,
one.
because otherwise you do not really attack this king. A4 you will probably try to make work, but just to a degree. You will take on b3. It will be somewhat weak, but how do you take it? How do you attack it? Yeah. So very, very solid for white. That's what I was trying to say. Then Tang Zhongyi against Zhukova. That's the position where white normally should be better, right? Judging by pawn structure. So strong passed pawn on d5. For the moment blocked, but anyway.
But it's there forever.
Yeah, it's there forever, and arguably white's bishop is a bit better than black's bishop on f8.
Also, yesterday, Tang Zhongyi was playing very well, and she was playing for a win against Katerina Lagno until she pressed too much and she didn't go for the perpetual check.
Yeah, then on board 3, what's that? There was this strange-looking Caro-Kann with knight c5. Because now it looks more, it's anything else but not Caro-Kann, in fact. Knight h4 going after this bishop. So bishop g4, I'd suggest for black. Not giving it, you will have to give the bishop, but just not give it so easily. So white will have to play h3, g4, weakening his king side. And those positions are quite solid for black, despite being somewhat worse apparently. So bishop f4 I'll play. Get the other bishops exchanged. There is a nice outpost on d5. Black's very solid. Yeah, probably.
Do we have more results?
Sorry?
Do we have more results?
More results. We don't have, at least not the results that I'm aware of. It doesn't look like we have any more results, but we have a review of yesterday's round with all the results. So it's a couple of minutes review of the previous round, and then we will be back again.
The Yugra Chess Academy is the venue for the 2017 World Chess Team Championship here in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. This is the event where the top teams from 5 continents face each other. In the first round of the event, the clear favorites, China and Russia, have won their matches convincingly with 3.5. China beating Belarus and Russia beating Egypt, though on the first board Jan Nepomniachtchi only drew his game against his 400-point lower-rated opponent. Ukraine, on the other hand, did not manage to beat Turkey. The final result is 2-2 with 4 draws. The toughest match of round 1 of the open section was between India and Poland, the two teams being very close in rating on all boards. Vidit Santosh took the lead for India by beating Radoslav Wojtaszek. The score was leveled by Kasper Piorun, while Jan Krzysztof Duda produced a brilliancy in an endgame against Adiban, winning the match for Poland. The score is 2.5, 1.5. The United States had slight difficulties against Norway, but managed to win their last game. Varujan Akopyan beating Frode Elsnes brought 2.5, 1.5 for the Olympic champions. In the women's section, the top clash of the day was between Russia and China, two clear favorites for the championship victory. Valentina Gunina scored the first point for Russia by beating Zhao Xu. Soon after that, another victory followed on board 2 for the Russian ladies by Katerina Lagno. The final result is 3-1 for Russia, which is a huge step for the Russian team in winning their first gold medal at the Women's Championship. Another crucial match was the one between India and Georgia. The defending champions seemed to be in a critical situation after 1-1, when both Harika Dronavali and Vijayalakshmi Subamaran had better positions. Somehow tables turned on board 4, and that led to a 2-2 tie between these two teams. Follow the second round of the event on the official website and make sure to use the hashtag #UgraChess. So this has been the review of yesterday with a familiar voice, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, and we are shown, what's that? It's Fedoseev against Chanel, so must be board 4. Yeah, it's board 4 for Russia and Turkey. Where, as we said, Russia is not having such an easy match. It's one draw already. Can we just quickly, I'll...
Look at that. Did you see that? The Turkish player was about to move a piece and Fedoseev looked at him like, what are you doing?
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, something is going on here.
We
Just
shall
a
check the
second.
position.
That's the position, and in fact I don't know what was.
Oh,
Yeah, we are
switched.
switched to ladies, right? So
But let's just quickly check what was the last move of Sana
Queen
Wahab.
D8, Rook F2, Bishop F7. I don't know.
Maybe he was about to touch a piece that was not good to move.
There is an update here. Bishop F7, F4, E takes, G takes.
All right, maybe he was about to touch the rook, and Fedoseev was surprised that he would take back with the rook.
Yeah, maybe not with the pawn. Yeah, looking at it, in fact, optically I like white. At least white gets all his pieces in this direction. I mean, against the... Not that... Yeah, maybe it's still fine for black, though. What he's about to play more moves. Yeah, what's interesting about those young players, they are so confident. So they are ready to play very fast, in fact. F5. And I thought of that, so to make use of this rook being on 6th rank.
Very smart move, taking
Yeah,
advantage of
F5.
this rook lift.
Yeah, so the thing is, you cannot really take on F5 with a piece, right? So queen takes, runs into queen H4, which is probably very bad because rook will join. Right, so knight F5, and the pawn takes, but then indeed rook H6 comes.
Yes, and white's position collapses suddenly.
Yeah, all of a sudden, yeah, you're not comfortable at all with white. Right, so F5, what should he do? Like this will probably stabilize it to a degree. But no, it is bad once again. Rook H6, because C2 is also hanging. I can't play this because of knight C2. So maybe it's not that pleasant for white as it seemed after this smart F5 with the rook H6 idea.
Then was it the case that he should have taken with
Maybe,
the rook, really?
maybe she-
And Fedoseev looked at him like it was a bad move. He made him change his mind.
Wait.
Just my theory.
Wait, he could not take with the rook
Okay.
because of knight C2.
It just seemed like from the camera that he was hesitating
and
between
queen
two
D3.
moves.
No, but there is a tactic. It might have been his initial intention actually to take with the rook, but there is this tactic: knight C2, and queen D3 attacking. Nah, this is wrong. Attacking both knights, and you
So
cannot protect
Fedoseev
both of them.
was rightly puzzled by
Yeah,
the
maybe.
intention of touching the rook.
Yeah, right. But this G4 F5, well, doesn't seem to be good either. So which
Very
makes
nice idea by Fedoseev. What about the rest of the boards? Because there was one draw on board 2.
on board 2 it was a draw. On board 3 it's still a King's Indian. So Matlakov seemingly makes progress here. Well, last move for black was Bishop F6. So black apparently wants to close everything by playing. And he wants Bishop G5. I thought he wants G5. No, of course he wants Bishop G5 to exchange the dark square bishops to get control over the dark squares. And I don't see what can stop him, by the way.
Nothing
Can be-
really.
Yeah, it can be that black simply has a very nice position. Maybe what white has to do is to play king G2 so that
Keep
to
the
keep the
bishop.
bishop, yeah. But it's awkward somehow, those knights. Knight on B1, knight on D2 pinned. So white will have to spend some time. It's like rook C2, knight C4. Yeah, it might be that black is doing just fine. And already here, you should be considering various F5s. F5 takes, and this is how it usually works in the King's Indian. You take here,
You
then
keep it as a shield.
yeah, this pawn protects the king, and then you start entering. I mean, if it's possible, I don't know. Now, this looks very promising for black, for example. Knight F6, I don't know really, but
So even though Turkey,
no, that was 94.
even
yeah.
though Turkey might be in trouble on board,
board
4,
four,
on
but-
board 3 they have a promising position. What about Peter Svidler on board 1 against Dragan Solak?
Yeah, that's interesting indeed. Yeah, well, some changes and in a way some achievements for both players. This is what has happened after Bishop E2. Indeed, the knight on F3 was taken a bit surprisingly. Then Queen A5, King goes to F1. Not sure about a capture on C3, but Dragan Solak decided to keep the bishop as for the moment. Bishop D7, F4, G takes, E takes. So this way, White gets this, or Black gets the weakness, so White has something to play against. But Black expands on the queen side. King G2, B5, A3, Rook to B8, and Rook B1 was the last move of Peter Svidler. Yeah, so Black's position looks nice, but whenever I think about this king,
That is
and
still a
where,
problem.
Yeah, where would you put it? Unless you can go, you know, King D8, King C7. Maybe that's the safest place for this king, strangely enough.
Could be, like in the French, that you can
Yeah,
march to the queen
But
side.
after King D8, still there, somehow it might be not in time after B4, for instance. So that White starts sacrificing something. Of course, it's very responsible. It's very easy to do such, I mean, to play such moves in the analysis, right? I mean, it's not my pawns, so I can easily go to sacrifice them. Of course, it should be done with care, but yeah. If I'm to mention the source of Black's problems is definitely the king. So the h6 pawn is arguably weak, but it's far, far away, let's say, for this pawn to become a real factor. But the king and therefore the rooks are not connected. This is a real problem.
And Peter Svidler seems to be enjoying his position and walking around, while Dragan Solak is trying to
thinking,
come up with the right move.
yeah, what's the time situation? Because this
I
might
believe
be,
it's 35 minutes for Svidler and 22 for Solak.
yeah, with 19 moves being played, so potentially
Time
this can
trouble.
be a time trouble, right?
Remember that the time control is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then they receive an extra half an hour. And by every move, you also get a 30-second increment.
Right, by the way, an update on Ukraine-Belarus. 3 draws already, so Ukraine, once again, they leave one guy playing and making 3 other draws. So it's Areshenko against Kovalyov, the only game which is in progress. And
This is the position that was really promising for the Ukrainian team, but it's
Yeah.
not like a big advantage, it's just comfortable.
yeah, knight went to F4, and then Black probably does the right thing. He expands on the king's side. Then after this G5, I realized that maybe he doesn't need 2 rooks on the F file. Maybe one of the rooks will go to G8. Then again, yeah, this might be interesting. I mean, it's really, really important. And I don't know if it works. I mean, if I could play G3 to drive the knight away, I would be really, really happy.
You think that
Can there
are
be
no
some
tricks?
issues?
I was thinking that it's
Yeah.
not hanging if I place my rook on G7,
Yeah.
but it's temporary.
King H2 then.
Yeah, and then now it's hanging.
Probably you will be. You should be moving this knight. No, I thought maybe this, but.
Wait a second, in some positions I also have G4 if your king is on H2.
Right. Right, possibly this. Right, King H2 G4, you're absolutely right. And maybe it's not that comfortable for me, in fact.
Because
King
King
H1.
H1 looks...
King H1.
Well, at the moment it seems to be working, because I don't have time to push the E pawn and make this H3 pawn hanging. But,
yeah, but with
even
king,
like this, you
wait.
can take
with
on
king
H3
H1,
and G4.
now I can take, play G4, there is no
You
queen
can't take on
H6.
H6, yeah.
Yeah, it can be very, very tricky. So that's what I'm trying to say. So G3, of course, it's the move you want to be played with white, but
That
this,
might not be threatening anything.
this has to be done with care. Right, so
So Ukraine has drawn 3 games, leaving Areshenko as
playing, yeah.
the player to win the match.
Right, and what's interesting is 7 games finished for Ukraine, and they didn't win a single one.
Yeah.
They didn't lose a single one, which is relieving, but yeah, usually Ukrainian team is one of the favorites, but in an absence of Ivanchuk, in an absence of Elyanov, maybe, yeah, still they have to get into the tournament.
Do you think that these quick draws and leaving one player with a good position is a kind of a strategy, or it's that simply the other players were not satisfied with the opening they got?
I'm guessing that there wasn't anything. Well, the first draw was made pretty quickly. It was Moisenko with the black pieces, so he kind of equalized off of the draw with black. That's absolutely normal. Then Ponomaryov, we thought he was in a bit of a danger even. So once again, nothing
For him
wrong.
also draw was a
and
good
on
result.
board for, if we check the position, was the last position here with opposite colored bishops. Black would take on d8, white would take on b5, black would take on b2. And this is...
So it's not that they decided beforehand that they would make quick draws.
So I think it's a possible strategy, but it's not the case in this match. Right. So back to ladies then, or?
Sure. By the way, we see here the Belarusian player wearing his uniform. I really like it. It's a folklore motif.
Yeah, and
it
they're both signing. So I think, yeah, the draw was just agreed. So it's 4 draws, and we have first match result. And it's a draw for Ukraine. So as I said, not a single game lost, but not a single game won after 2 rounds. So Ukraine makes a draw again.
That's slightly disappointing for Ukraine, drawing their first 2 matches. For Belarus, it's a good result after yesterday's crushing defeat. Now they managed to hold Ukraine to a 2-2.
Right. So, yeah, checking for the other results. This match has finished.
Just a second, because I see the
I think captain is not very happy with
the
Areshenko, right? So that you should have played on, but well, it's easy to say, and we don't know what time situation it was. Yeah, and from the experience, I can tell you that if you are, let's say, the player asks you, can I make a draw? And you see by his, let's say, intention that he wants to. It's not a smart thing to force him, because next 10 minutes he will be not thinking about the position, but about the captain's decision, what should I do now, and so on, so on. Right, so it's a draw for Belarus. They are quite happy, I'm guessing. Yeah, and Ukrainian team, well, not that they had such a chance, let's say. I mean, it was roughly equal match.
Yeah, and yesterday too, the strategy could have worked with 3 draws, since Ponomaryov had a pawn up in the rook endgame. He could have won it, but seemed like he was tired. He wasn't as good as he usually is with his endgame technique. So 2 draws so far for Ukraine, but if they start winning soon, it can still mean the podium for Ukraine.
Right. So I said we go to ladies section, but no, I'm sorry. First, China versus India. Ding Liren against Vidit.
Opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, so it's changed again. We've seen it here. Bishop c6 preparing for b4. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Bishop e6 check, and knight d5. That was his idea. So that this bishop from f1 made a huge career finding itself on d5. That's interesting, because if someone would tell you, okay, the bishop gets to d5, something has to happen, because the most natural route is covered, right? But then, yeah, after a few moves, bishop finds itself on d5, and it would have been quite nice for white if not this: b4, a4, and then queen e7, and then queen comes to e5. And what do you do here? I'm a bit worried for Ding Liren. He can play this, queen d2, and actually this is what he has done. Queen d2, and he will get queen c1.
This looks so passive.
Do you have any hint of advantage in such a... No,
I would think that black is playing for an advantage.
I'm guessing it's black who's playing for an advantage. Well, even though he's planning for bishop b3 and rook d5 to chase the queen away.
And then the d6 pawn is a target as well. But it's really nice that black has made this setup on the dark squares, because white is lacking his dark squared bishop.
Yeah, so something like rook to c8, for instance, bishop b3 and rook to c5 might be a follow-up. I'm not sure who's playing for what here. It might as well be that black is simply better.
I really like black. So many active pieces, and with rook c5, I like this maneuver because you prevented rook d5.
Yeah, he didn't play queen e5 yet, but probably it will be played. I was even thinking of, something like this, so that after, there was some point.
Sacrifice the pawn in order to have the b5 for the rook.
Yeah, to have the b5, but then I'm not in time to protect against this rook d5, and after rook c8, rook d5, I will have to go back, and this is something I don't like. Now, probably rook c8, rook c5 is needed. Might be still not a disaster for white, but black is not worse. It doesn't look like black is worse.
So Vidit seems to be having a great tournament yesterday, beating Wojtaszek today, probably having a better position against Ding Liren.
Yeah, so what's in general, how does this match look? Parimarjan Negi against Li Chao, that's the position. White might claim to have a better structure, but how do you stop the invasion of this king?
Very active king, and the
King
white king is still on
b4,
g1.
No. This is what I thought at first. I mean, he's planning to, but this is a very, very risky gamble because black will take all of those pawns, simply all of them with the king. So
Well, this variation you can only play in a blitz game.
So instead of knight g5, you probably go knight e1, covering this, and then you go f3, chasing the king a bit backward, and then try to bring your own king. But again, even on d5, it's such an active king, so that black can't be worse. Can't be worse. I'm not sure if black can be better though. So let's assess this one as roughly equal. For instance, Atiban's game against Yu Yangyi. Atiban, in fact, what's going on here? Some exchanges followed. He's a pawn down though.
But he's very active,
Yeah.
at least.
But yeah, a2 is hanging. In case of bishop h5, g6 seems to work. g6 and then to take a2. And then he'll play some sort of rook c6, take one of those, a draw.
And rook d2 for black was not a threat.
Yeah, well, possibly was. Wait, so this bishop goes here, rook a2, right? Aha, so if I play rook c6, you want to play rook d2.
I'm not sure it's that much, but you can't protect the f2
I
pawn.
can't protect f2. I'll probably take rook f2, and strangely enough, this might be... I mean, it looks ugly, but how do you make progress?
Bishop
Interesting.
g2.
You can play bishop g2. And then you might actually play for a win this one.
I'm not sure it's that much, but
Okay,
it is
you
black who is
say.
trying.
Yeah, that's definitely with rooks on second rank. Yeah, it's black who is trying. Apparently winning the pawn immediately, threatening mate on h1 after this, giving a check. Yeah, it's very easy to get into trouble with white. Yes, white shouldn't be that careless. Which makes me think that Atiban might be in trouble again. Okay, and on board 3, it's still very, very complex, closed position. Those light square bishops got exchanged, so rook b5 might be a factor.
True. Can we
yeah.
just go back quickly to
To
Adiban,
Adiban's
because
game,
he
yeah.
played rook c6
Rook
from
to c6.
c1 to c6.
Rook c1 to c6. So he wants to be active. He wants to take... So in case of this line, for instance, he wants to take himself, it seems. And then rook d8, rook f7, something like that.
I would be so worried about the white king itself.
Yeah, that gets messy, in fact.
And maybe he's right that he always has king h2 attacking the bishop after a check. So,
Yeah.
and if rook d2, he just gives up this
What
f2
happens?
pawn.
So he's in time. Rook d3. I thought it will be awkward because you can't protect the bishop. And there is bishop e4, by the way. Rook d3
Yeah, that
would have
would
been
be-
awkward, yeah, if it would not blunder a rook. So this is the way I'm playing chess now.
It's just a one move
Bishop.
thing. Rook d2, then the same thing that he could give a check, bishop e4, but maybe
Yeah,
that is not
maybe
that
this
move.
is the move. Takes because now I seemingly have a threat. Jack and this. And I don't see the way, to be honest, how to prevent this
Yeah,
mate.
you have to
After
move
f4,
the
it's a check from
It is
a2.
beautiful. I think we should put it on the board. So
Yeah.
it's either
So
mate
F-
on g1 and
So
h1.
this is the threat. Check, check, another rook to g1. Right, and if f pawn is moved, its rook comes back to
Beautiful.
a2 or d2. So there are still ideas.
It's funny that it's an endgame where both players are threatening the opponent's king.
Yeah, that's not seen very often. And already it happened yesterday that Atiban, he thought
Yeah.
there was a nice placed active king on f5, which all of a sudden got into trouble.
We could claim that Adivan plays the endgames for a winning attack.
Right. So what's going on here in the other games? Yeah, so it's roughly even match, it looks. I don't think India has anything to complain about right now. I mean, they have possibly a worse position in Atiban's game, but with chances to make a draw. With it seems to be somewhat better. The other two are quite complex, but doesn't look any worse for India. So, as for now, it's roughly even match. Well, anything... Ukraine versus China, everything's in progress. Don't really see any advantage for either player. Russia versus Vietnam, shall we check this one? It's been a long time we were checking.
Yeah, sure. In the women's section.
Yes, so Kostyniuk's game against Pham Le Thao Nguyen. I think White managed to stabilize the queen side, which is an achievement, right? I don't know how it happened. It happened some time ago, so that this knight was put on c5, where it's not only presses the b pawn, the e pawn is also, I mean, this is also a factor that the knight attacks the e6 pawn, so f6 e5 will not be easy to achieve if ever possible, right? And it protects in a way, I mean, covers the c file, so c3 is never an issue. Kind of like White. So g3, driving the queen away, and I don't know where the queen goes. f6, for instance. Apparently, White does something like this.
As you mentioned, the Vietnamese players are highly underrated. They play very good chess. You see this maneuvering and you think that White is at least of the strength of Alexandra.
Yeah, absolutely. And the match itself, I'm checking, the match itself doesn't look bad for Vietnam at all. So Lucknow apparently has compensation, but it's still a pawn up for black and no direct threats that I can see. That's the current position, Lucknow versus Voti Kim. Last move being rook f8 to c8, so to discoordinate White a bit so that there won't be this battery on h7. Queen e2, maybe? And then, yeah, I would really like it with black if, say, I can play bishop e8 and claim that the bishop and knight are enough to protect the king side. Then black would be simply better. I'm still not sure if it's true because some knight g4s are here. Wait, what should I do? Get rid of some pieces. That's always
Not
nice.
so easy
Bishop
to trade.
c5. Bishop c5 maybe.
That is
Bishop
possible. Bishop takes
c5,
c5 was
yeah.
not the...
So that knight d7 I have. Do I have bishop d4?
Yes.
That might be crucial. This bishop d4, knight f6, and yeah, you'll take e6, but maybe it's not all that dangerous. Like queen should take on f6 with something. It's like bishop f6, queen f6. Don't know.
Well, you can... I don't know if that is a good option here, but if queen takes, rook takes, you also have the option of giving up the queen for two rooks. Probably
Yeah.
not in this position you want it.
Why
because
not? No, I want it exactly in this
Yeah, you
position
like it
because
here. I wasn't
after
sure about the
rook
the
f6,
checks.
I have
Oh,
intermezzo.
okay.
And it's,
Like this?
I
Yes.
give a queen for two rooks, but I take it
Okay.
for only one. Yeah,
No,
so
this I completely missed. This is beautiful and
yeah,
this
so
is winning.
Bishop c5 is an option. Let's say, so another game has finished.
Shankland.
Wojtaszek Shankland, it's finished, and we could see Mikhail Krasenkov, who represents Turkey as the captain here, asking about the result, but he's known to be a captain and previously a player of Polish team, so of course he knows Wojtaszek quite well. What was the result, though?
I don't think it's a draw. That,
Yeah, it looks
as
like
far as I see their
Wojtaszek looked
faces.
very, very happy. And looking at this position, I rather bet that Wojtaszek has won. Because
What happened before?
yes, somewhere Queen d4 up to this point we've seen. Remember, I checked this. I checked Queen h6, but there happens to be third
Queen
move available,
G5.
Queen g5, and then
Oh,
you
it
don't
does not
have
prevent knight
you
f6.
don't have a defense against those two. Bishop e2, rook f to e1, rook c8. So black does not lose the material immediately, at least. Rook on
So the
a1 is
hanging
hanging.
rook?
Rook a to c1. Apparently it's still unpleasant though. Somehow this knight on a6 is somewhat shaky. This takes.
Once again, a knight on
takes, Yeah, the
a6.
knight on a6.
Never really good.
Knight here, rook f8, because otherwise I can imagine that there might have been even some sacrifices on f7. Okay, rook f8, and from now on you can feel that something went wrong. Queen e7, it lasted 2 more moves it seems. Queen e7, bishop 2. The bishop is dominated as well.
Completely.
You can't really, yes, it's a bishop h5 and bishop d5. And that was it.
That was a crushing victory by Wojtaszek. Just in 25 moves, he made Samuel Shankland resign on board 1. Poland versus the United States. Where do you think the game went wrong?
I don't know really. So that was the one that I thought black does absolutely fine. Knight a6. Apparently after knight, maybe knight a6 was, because he could do various things here. It doesn't look all that threatening for black.
Yeah, knight a6 is
Knight
puzzling.
a6. Of course he wants rook c8 with the tempo, everything, but it seems that yeah, this forcing line simply works for white. Knight g5 takes on e4. Interestingly enough, he never found the time to play rook c8 with a tempo to remove this rook from a8, which became a tactical motive later, right after
How come
this.
he didn't play it instead of e5, for instance?
For instance, knight g5. Yeah, he could easily play this. Queen to d2 or b1. That's I'm not sure.
Maybe he was afraid of queen b1.
No. Look, there is bishop e2.
Same.
There is bishop e2 and bishop d3. No, black should have been absolutely comfortable. There's something around this point he has misplayed really.
Confusing play by Shankland, who was doing fine out of the
Yeah.
opening, and suddenly his position collapsed with this knight a6 move and then not playing rook c8.
So let's see. Poland managed to win their first match, being
Yesterday,
1-0 down. So now they are +1 up, and they have 2 more games in progress. So what's going to happen
Thought you
today?
were going to say now they are +1, they
No.
should be careful.
They should be careful, but no, not really, because they have an extra pawn on board 3, the one which is probably not easy to convert, but I cannot really imagine white losing this one. Yes, and on board 4, Mateusz Bartel against Jeffrey Ksiong. This looks... Oh, it's pawn up for Jeffrey, but all the pawns are so weak, so I can imagine black escaping this one. I'm guessing black should have not a bad chance for a draw. Even though, yeah, that's definitely United States' hope for an equalizer, this one.
At the same time, I believe Frode Orkedal has won his game against Fazi Adam of Egypt. We shall
right,
just
so we
check it.
have some results in this one.
And then I think we should head to the top board between China and India. I saw everybody gathering around the board of Vidit and Dingliren.
All right, so just for a second, yeah, indeed, Frode Orkedal won with black, and apparently from now on Norway is going to win the match. I'm checking the positions, all of them look quite attractive for Norwegians. So we go to China and India then, to Vidit and Dingliren. What's going on there? Well, Vidit has a very, very nice position, it seems. He has taken a pawn on h5. So
Can we see how he did
yeah,
it?
after queen e5, queen c1, I thought this immediately would have been dangerous in view of rook h1 and you know, possible,
Sometimes it can
sometimes
be
even
taken.
some sacrifices, right? So he played h6 first, bishop b3, preparing for rook d5, and black
just
takes
took the pawn on
h5,
h5.
so that after rook d5 he will, and he might take the other one in fact.
Yeah, and then on e4, all the pawns will
Yeah,
fall.
so rook g4, and perhaps bishop e5 should be the move. After which, though, white manages to regroup. It's rook to h1,
Almost trapping the queen.
queen e8, right, and all of a sudden, yeah, to build this battery again.
Takes
Apparently,
time.
yeah, apparently you won't be in time for this. How you won't be in time after queen e8? I'll go here, for instance, bishop f6. I'll go here, so that queen e5 I'll take on h6.
Beautiful, mate. Shall we put it on the board?
Yeah, so this, and then queen takes h6 and rook takes h6. White is one tempo. I mean, he's just in time because queen b2 looks practically unavoidable, but
So
white
this is
in
still a
time.
double-edged position. After taking the pawn on h5, you should be careful about your king on h8.
Yeah, that's interesting because yeah, you do win the pawn, but you open the files against the king. Yeah, and white king, apart from this b2 square, it's quite safe. You cannot really open any file against it, so it's still quite tricky. I'm guessing.
And if queen e5,
queen
rook
e5,
d5,
then rook d5.
and then he goes back,
Then
queen
he
e7,
goes back queen
maybe.
e7, and then I don't know. Then again, those
Can take
pawns
the
are
pawn.
not really hanging all that much. I'm guessing maybe I just play king e2. You know, after bishop e5, I might start hunting this one. In fact, interesting. No, I don't think white is any worse here.
Yeah, white is definitely active, so
Somehow,
that should
yeah.
compensate.
This kind of compensates for this pawn, and perhaps the whole decision of taking this one is it's risky. Okay, let's not doubt that it's. I mean, I don't really think it's a bad move, but it's quite risky.
Yeah, of course, we are talking about it from the human point of view. We have no engines on, so you might think differently if you see the computer evaluation. We have no idea about that.
Well, the thing is that people who are playing, they are very strong chess players, but they are not computers themselves.
Yes.
So, and I would really call this one being impractical in a way,
Because it's too
you
risky.
you allow too much of a counterplay for white. Of course, if he will manage to prove the opposite, he has everything under control. He can protect against all the threats. Then credit to him. But yeah,
Another reason why he shouldn't have gone for this line is that he has less time on the clock
okay.
and approaching time trouble.
Yeah, that's interesting. This rook g4 move might have been missed by Vidit.
We see board 4, Nagy Parimarian changing his look for the game. That's kind of the Nepomniachtchi style of playing,
Yeah,
isn't
the
it?
hoodie thing, huh? Right. Now, I remember Magnus Carlsen in a
Also.
hoodie.
When he
I was in the
sometimes takes a
Olympiad,
day
yeah.
out of his suit days.
Right. And as for the position in Nagy's game, yeah, as was said, Black apparently has no risk of getting a worse position with such an active pieces, with king being on e4, those knights controlling a lot of central squares. So this can only be better for Black.
You see the captain of the Chinese team. I wish I could tell what his facial expression suggests, but Chinese people are so good at having a poker face on. So whether they are winning, losing, excited, nervous, I have no idea.
Right. Well, actually, in the game of Atiban against Yu Yang-gi, this might be worrisome for India, because after rook 1 c6, the move which Yu Yang-gi played, we never take a look at this one, h4, very logical one, to remove this pawn which was hanging in some lines, and he wants to take open the second
And
rank,
then it's once again a mating net.
This is a terrible, terrible news. I mean, if something like this happens on the board, it's just bad for this king. So after h4, what
And if he
white
takes
has
it,
to do? If
It's
he
also
takes,
bad because the king on h2 will not be
then
safe.
maybe I can come back to my idea of chasing this bishop away, but from the right square this time, so that there is there are no tricks like this. And then, yeah, you will have to choose or maybe you don't have a good square. Bishop d1, rook a2 now. Also guarding the
Protect the
f7,
f7
yeah.
square.
Yeah, that seems to be a smart move. I thought of this, though, to chase the bishop away. Maybe bishop simply goes to f5. I was thinking of various other tricks, but can't see anything. So maybe just bishop f5. I'd say still chances for white to escape, but because, I mean, black pawns are weak, so it's more not about the extra pawn black has, but the mating net for this king. So if the king survives, apparently white should get away with that this way or another, because he'll start taking pawns, get some counterplay, and it might end up being, I don't know, somehow a pair of rook gets exchanged, the queen side gets liquidated, and then it will be 2 versus 1 on the king side, which should be possible to hold. But white has to make sure the king survives.
And on the remaining 2 boards between China and India?
Yeah, first one is Dingley Ren. This one we've seen. Right on Negi's board, it's an ending which is, as we said, can only be better for Li Chao. I think we are informed of another result.
Egypt
and Norway. So just to check what this could have been.
That was...
So that's an equalizer. It's 1 each in Egypt versus Norway on board 4.
Oscar Hauge lost to Ali Farahat.
Yeah, this French defense thing. So it turned out that white's attack was, say, more dangerous. King never made it to c7, b7, never made it to safety.
Ali Farahat scores the first victory for Egypt and ties the score with Norway.
Yeah, h5, rook e7. He was almost ready to run away, but after this, f takes, and maybe the position is already no good because it was possible to take h7 as well, take g6 as well, but knight h7 seems to be stronger because it doesn't let the king run away. King d7 runs into knight f6 and white picks the rook on h8. 24 moves. 24 moves. So another miniature, another quick.
Something must have gone wrong already in the opening for black, because it's not normal that you are so slow getting your king out of e8 and that you have a knight on a8. It's
somewhere here. Could he go for the plan I've mentioned, bishop g5 and run away? So, well, this is not that you do light-hearted, because it really decreases your attacking prospects. You really desperately need this bishop to attack those pawns.
True, but it is safe.
Maybe, at least the king is safe, and even if you lose h7 pawn, it shouldn't be all that much of a worry. So in this case, actually, black could have been able to fight at least for a very long time. Yeah, and the way he played it was perhaps too ambitious. Knight a7, knight a8. Now, this is something you do not do. It's
already very awkward. I think these moves happen either when you have a bad day or when you are not objective about the position. So I don't know if the Norwegian young player was too ambitious, trying to create chances in a position where he should have equalized first, or simply he was having a bad day.
So what can I say? Egypt might not win or make a draw in this match. They might still lose, but they already won more games at this champion than my compatriots Ukraine after 2 matches finished. Right, so that's nice. It's 1 each.
So it's kudos to Egypt so far for the way they are fighting even without their top grandmasters. Here they are lacking the top 3 players of Egypt, unfortunately. So this is board 1.
This is board 1. Arian Tari is to move and is 2 pawns up. Some things are hanging, but still should be good for white. So this is Norway's chance to take the lead in the match again. And on board 3, Norwegian player Johan Solomon with the white pieces. What's that? Hard to say. Still, if I will have to pick a side, apparently it will be white, because after rook takes, pawn takes, black does have pair of bishops, but 4 isolated pawns. 4 of them.
In an endgame.
Yeah, so should be somehow this way or another. I mean, it's not easy to get black here, because, say, bishop e3, he'll put the knight on d5, yes, some outposts for his pieces, let's say. But somehow it feels still that white should be somewhat better. Anyway, good fight from the Egyptians. Poland versus US really seems to be in control. Well, not really. At least I don't know.
You mean
it really
in
depends.
control of Poland, or
Yeah, it's in control of Poland. It's +1 for them, and this they can't really lose. But now I'm thinking they cannot win this one either. Black is simply too active and a better structure, so this is a draw, and Bartel is a pawn down on the last board. So not without the chances to save, or even with the good chances to save, but still there is a chance for United States to save this one. Okay.
how about Russia versus Turkey?
Russia versus Turkey. Are
has it
there any
changed?
results? Are
Well,
there
we
any-
saw a draw
Yeah,
on
it's a
board
draw
two.
a long time ago. That's Svidla versus Sholak. After, Rook b1, b4 was played first by Dragan Sholak, so he gets even more control over the dark squares, and after bishop d3 he eventually plays king d8. I like his idea. Bishop to f6, bishop to d4, and now all of a sudden, I mean, white king is super safe, let's say, with all those pawns, but this one is not bad either. I'm guessing it's quite solid for Sholak now, unless white will find some way. Okay, if you ask me where you want this knight to be, and I have no answer, to be honest. I
There's
don't know.
no clear
There is no clear outpost for this knight. Yeah, and the second question would be how to get it there. I mean,
Yes, first you
I-
need
I
to
might
create
claim-
an outpost and then
I might
get
claim I
there.
want it on c6 and I want your bishop away from d7, but how do you get on c6? No, really, so I'm thinking I can, for instance, remaneuver it to f3, and what's then? Black plays bishop f6, and then you have to maneuver the knight again.
I feel like Peter Svidler is also not so happy about his position, so it turns out that Dragan Sholak managed to
Knight to
equalize
c3.
the position. And even though the king is on d8, it doesn't seem like you can take advantage of it immediately. Another factor is the h6 pawn that can be a weakness, but also the b2 pawn is a target, so they both have targets. Something
Knight
happened very
c3,
quickly.
they've repeated moves.
21 minutes for
Bishop.
Swidler, 5.5 for Solak, and they are repeating moves.
So knight went to c3, bishop went to f6. So it's not necessarily it will be a repetition, but yeah,
But could
this
be.
position is already twice on the board.
Now we shall see if Swidler wants more than a draw.
Well, apparently he does, but does position offer a chance for more?
I
than
mean,
a
from
draw?
this position,
Yeah.
of course, he would want more.
Right. Well, checking the other games meanwhile.
By the way, in the Russian team, how do they celebrate birthdays? Do you think they had a nice birthday party together with
I
all
don't
the players?
think during the tournament.
Or they
yeah.
don't get anything?
Russians are known for, huge
Seriousness.
celebrations, but no, but seriousness during the. No, of course, it's
Only after the events. they
it's
do.
lot. It's a lot at stake in this tournament for Russia. Basically, if they enter any kind of team event, it's for them it's the gold or anything else.
nothing.
Yeah, I mean it's basically it's place 3 or place 5. It's nice to be on pedestal, but it doesn't really matter as long as you don't take gold.
So until there's no gold, Peter's birthday will not be celebrated.
Yeah, I think so. Right, so all the other games are kept tense. This King's Indian, by the way, seemed to work quite fine for a Turkish player. Now he has some files open.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
believe he's looking at the situation on the other board so that
Peter.
he can decide whether
Peter.
he should take the draw.
And the thing is, you don't really know what's going on the other boards because positions are quite messy. And I think we can allow ourselves a little break and we will be back to see what's going to happen here.
Because
Hopefully,
it's a critical moment.
hopefully Peter will continue his game because, other two positions doesn't look all that clear, so it doesn't really seem
So
that
we will
Russia
go on
has
a
an easy
very
match.
quick break so that we can inform you right after a few minutes what's happening in the match of Russia today.
Dear friend, our guest is FIDE Chief Executive Officer Jeffrey Borg. So, Jeffrey, just say a couple of words about the organization of this event.
Well, we're always happy to be in Hanti-Mansisk. We organize many events. Already in the last 9 months, I've been here 4 times. Actually, first time was in October for the World Youth. Then we followed up with Women Grand Prix in December. And then I was here again February negotiating some things. And then finally, of course, we're here for this event. Hanti-Mansisk has a big tradition of organizing events, a very experienced team, very easy to discuss and negotiate all ways of conditions and handling, from airport visas down to actually, the organization of the event itself.
So, are you happy with how it's going on now?
No, of course. I mean, everything is up to standard. We have top pristine playing hall. All the players are, let's say, sitting there. We have 80 players sitting inside the hall, absolutely comfortable. They have all the conditions around them, very nice hospitality. So, yes, of course, we are happy.
And usually, what is the most peculiar things at which you pay the most attention before the event?
Well, normally first I control the light. Light is one of the first things I check inside any playing hall around the world. So I'm looking at light, I'm looking at space, the seating of the players, facilities around, smoking, toilets, refreshments, accessibility, playing zone. Then of course we start looking at non-playing conditions such as hotel, visas, traveling, flights, arrivals, meet and greet, so lots of other factors. But the first level is the actual playing hall itself.
There are very many interesting and strong players. So, whose style do you like most as a chess player?
Well, normally I'm playing things such as the accelerated dragon, very aggressive systems. So let's say you have to enjoy your chess. So comparatively here, I would say, you have some players who like to tempt fate a little bit sometimes, like Nepomniachtchi. He's always playing interesting chess. The Indian school is also playing quite aggressive chess as well, so very interesting. Each style today in chess, you need to be a complete player. I think whereas in the past you could have players like Ljubojevic, Velimirovic, Mikhail Tal, who had specific styles.
Aggressive.
Today, yes, aggressive. Today you look at the top chess players, even Nakamura has mellowed a little bit and has become a much more complete chess player. Kramnik, when he was younger, was playing, semi-Slav with d-takes c4 and playing very aggressive. Today he's playing Berlin defense, very solid, and looking for what I call percentage chess. All of them are playing more like percentage chess, which means give me the opportunity, make some mistake, and I will try and exploit it. And I make +1, +2, +3 if you're really lucky. We can see from Stavanger right now, which is just recently concluded. It's a +3. Whereas Aronian was playing very interesting chess because he had that little extra. Let's say Kaisa was looking a little bit with a little bit more light onto him. He was playing a little bit more interesting chess.
Okay, so speaking about Nakamura and Kramnik, there is a coincidence between Stavanger, Paris Grand Chess Tour, and this World Team Chess Championship. How did this happen? So how can we in future improve these things?
Well, FIDE announced, of course, its calendar, and FIDE always announces sometimes we do have to change because organizers may have some force majeure. In this case, there was no such force majeure, but basically the other events came in at a time. They may have been negotiating with players, and it's only when FIDE announced that the Grand Chess Tour sort of came in and said, listen, guys, we do have a conflict. We've tried to solve. I spoke with a number of people, including St. Louis. We tried to move, but the calendars are so much really full all over. We talked to Russian Chess Federation again because Russian Chess Federation has its super finals. They've got their team championships, and at the end you find that you cannot move whichever way. When we went actually even up to November nearly, so which was crazy, because we were looking, and then we said, listen, guys, at the end of the day, yes, some teams will suffer a little bit. Some teams actually were nominated as wild cards, and because their players were playing in the Grand Chess Tour, basically Rajabov and Mamedyarov, and well, Russians, we didn't have too much of a problem because Russia, of course, has such a wealth of players.
Yes.
It wasn't too difficult for them, and you have a lot of young players coming up like Matlakov and Fedosiev, so they gave the opportunity to these players to play. The problem is, of course, like Azerbaijan or Armenia, who depend a lot upon Mamedyarov or Aronian, they weren't comfortable with participating without their number one players. But again, of course, sometimes it's an opportunity in the World Team Championship to try, and give the younger generation a chance.
Yes.
So we've seen this. I mean, India anyway, it doesn't matter because normally Vishwanathan Anand is not playing with the national team. So here again, they have some of their top players, but Pentala is not playing. So Hari Krishna is not playing in Stavanger, but he's playing actually in Geneva Grand Prix, which starts very soon as well.
In 2020, Khanty-Mansiysk will host the World Olympiad. So, are there any preparations underway now?
Yes, I mean, every time I visit, so this is, as I said, 4 visits in 9 months. Yes. Every time I visit, we discuss with the organizers, who is Ugra Chess Federation, together with Ugra Megasport. We discuss the developments. Yesterday, again, and very briefly, I just discussed with the governor of Khanty-Mansiysk what's happening. And they are looking at purpose projects, which means, specifically built mainly for this reason. They will continue to expand, the hotel capacity that they have in Khanty-Mansiysk, and secondly, they will look at building a specific building simply for the event, which eventually, from legacy purposes, will be used as a multi-sports center.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey.
It's a pleasure.
Good luck.
Always.
Welcome back to the World Team Chess Championship in Hanti-Mansisk. This is day 2, and we decided that we shall continue with the match between Russia and Turkey, where there's another result. Peter Swidler decided that the move repetition was the right choice. Shall we see once
right.
again the position where he made a draw?
Yeah, by the way, as far as I understand, yeah, we are shown Alexandra Goryachkina has finished, and I'm guessing it's also a draw. So Russians, while being favorites in both women's and open section today, in both matches, they struggle to win a single game yet. So that's the position I have. It's Swidler versus Dragan Cholak. So knight e4, bishop d4, knight c3 was the repetition of moves. And just to make it sure that it's not a mistake, Goryachkina's game, just to figure out if it's really a draw. Just quickly, can't see it.
Judging from her facial expression, it's a draw.
So she's not happy then.
Not really.
That's the final position. No, she
That means
seems
she won.
Then she
Is
won.
it how Russians celebrate their...
Yeah, that's a bit strange, because I thought, yeah, she definitely looked not happy.
Okay, so she has won.
She has won, so well, then yeah, something has happened. Yeah, we were not looking at this one right after the opening, when it seems very nice, where it seemed very nice for black, but then Goryachkina managed to outplay and bring her team a lead. It's +1 for Russia against Vietnam. Then, if I'm already here, just quickly, I'll check the other ladies in this match. So, Nguyen against Gunina on board 2. 2 minor pieces for white, and rook and a pawn for Valentina Gunina. I don't know what's that, to be honest. Not easy to make progress for either side, it seems, because black, if he gets a 4a3, no, it's 2 pawns, it's 2 pawns for black, 2 pawns on the rook.
Sorry, but games are finishing in other matches as well. That's Pierron, Kasper,
And
against Ray Robson.
Right. So apparently a draw. It was this rook and queen versus rook and queen at pawn up for Pierre and Kasper, but apparently it was not enough. We will be back to them just quickly. Okay, so sharp position is in Gunina's game. Last move, knight c7. White starts taking those pawns. Black will march his a pawn forward. I'm guessing rook. Well, actually, it's not easy. Some rook a7 is needed apparently, where white's gonna take a3. How do you stop this pawn? That's remains
easy.
a mystery to me. Right, I'm not sure if it's possible to stop this pawn after knight c7, rook a7. All right, so doesn't look bad for Gunina anyway.
And for the Russian team, it means because that would be already their second victory in this match.
Yeah, if Gunina wins, then they are. Yeah, the match is safe. I believe they won't lose 2 games. Lucknow managed to win the pawn back. That's the current position in this game. I'm guessing black should not be worse here. It's white to move still, right? So knight d2 as a potential idea to get rid of the knights, and as well rook c. Rook c1 is also an option. So a3 guy might be a bit weak.
So some chances for the Vietnamese.
Maybe
in this game, slight chance.
Slight chances. Yeah, I don't really think that black is better, but under the circumstances, under the circumstances, it might be this position might be the position that they have to play for a win. Right, and then in the game of Kostyniuk, here I'm thinking white does quite well. Still, the knight on c5 is nicely placed. So.
Yeah, she has just played knight d6.
A knight d6. White's gonna take on f4, I assume. Yeah, and then we'll try to open up the king side with h4, g5. Yeah, c3 pawn is easily protected with this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this seems to be comfortable for Vietnamese. If not for the loss on the last board, the match would have been just fine for them. Right, sharp position in Gunina's game, but 2 others are absolutely in control.
Let's also evaluate the rest of the boards in the open section for Russia.
Because Turkish team is really a surprise, right? So 4 draws yesterday against Ukraine. Now 2 draws on top boards, and especially this one Sholak with black against Peter Svedla. That's certainly an achievement for a Turkish player.
And Peter was certainly not happy about the draw, but he felt like his position had nothing more than that.
Yeah, well, I think Matlakov is no longer better, it seems, against Emre Can.
Wasn't black better in this position when we looked at it?
Well,
I thought we liked black.
We thought, but at least Matlakov could play queen h4 and swap the queens. So without the queens, at least there is no danger for the king. That's the current position. One might be tempted with g5, but then knight h5 and knight will get to f4 sooner or later. I'm guessing. Okay, that's the
Natalia Zhukova finished her game against Dang Zhongyi. So
and
now we are receiving many new results.
I think she lost. So it's a lead for China in a game of China versus Ukraine, in a match of China versus Ukraine. By the way, this is what happens in Matlakov's game now. Takes on h6. Well, still I don't see how white is planning to make progress after rook takes. That's a pin, but how to exploit it? It's the pin and it will be a pin for one more move. Can it be that he will do something like this, which would kind of break the balance? Bishop e2 and some knight g4. I know it's not clever. I mean, I cannot evaluate the position if the bishop moves and knight h6, but it fails completely after rook h8. If I take, it's a check, and then knight takes h1. Yeah, that knight takes h1. So this is not possible, at least now. Yeah, I don't see the way through. Might be not easy for Russians. And then Fedosiev on the last board. That's the position. Where I'm
here
not sure.
He played this f5 move that we liked a lot in this game.
f5.
Sacrificing a pawn for the rook lift.
f5, that was rook g1. Pawn was never taken. Rook g1, so the rook is in time on g5. That's a very important move, so that if rook h6, he is in time to play rook g5 to stop, to protect the h4 pawn this way. Bishop e6, ef5 now, and knight jumps to e4. Somehow, White might not have the best structure, but all of his forces are concentrated on the king's side. So usually, White should not be worse in a situation like this. h5, Black has taken with the pawn, but that makes the bishop on c8 very, very passive. Takes, rook to g2, attacking the queen, queen e8, knight to d2, and after rook h6, king went to g1. Rook h5, queen g3, and queen g6. This is what happened. Trades. And more trades.
And
I'm
the
guessing
Turkish players looking at board 3. Okay, they must have made move 40 so that now he can evaluate his teammate's position and see if the draw is good.
Apparently he took on g6. Yes. Yeah, because there is a pawn on g6, and now he's thinking. Turns out he can't take the pawn back immediately because of knight e2 check and knight
picking up the f4 pawn.
That might be not so simple, this one. But there is still a feeling like white should be okay. Knight c4 attacking this, then putting the knight on e5. Somehow there are...
Yes,
okay, more results.
Let's see the results. Assume that these positions are roughly equal, and that is really good news for Turkey. Yesterday they had Ukraine to a draw. Today they are facing Russia, and it seems that they can once again tie with another giant. So that is the Russian national team. We shall of course come back to these games later on, but so far it's looking good for Turkey. Yeah,
right. Let's check the results as we've seen. Perun Kasper, it's a draw against Ray Robson, which leaves Poland leading +1, but on the last game, on the last board, it seems Jeffrey Ksiong has got a chance against Mateusz Bartel, so there is a chance it will be 2-2. So he has to take care of this pawn, but other than that, 2 minor pieces should prove to be stronger than a rook. China versus India. All games are still in
What about the
progress.
Ding Vidit
Ding
game?
Vidit.
There's so many to
Ding
keep an
Vidit.
eye on.
Again, some changes. So that's the current position. 3 moves to be made before they will reach the time control. Black is still a pawn up, but those pawns are not that easy to move forward. While White's a pawn might become a real force, White just played queen to d2, attacking the b4, which he can take, right? So this bishop secures the king in a way, so that there are no threats against this king. Rook h6 is always a motive, though. If you somehow place the queen wrongly, this way,
Queen b7.
Queen here, I go rook b6, and then in case of queen b6, there is. I mean, it's a bit of a self-made, of course, but anyway, yeah, queen f6 was played instead. Queen f6, so he wants b2 pawn.
But that's the target that he should be attacking.
Something will happen. And now, tricky him. He wants this check.
King a2 was
King
played by
a2.
Ding
King
Liren.
a2 after queen f6. King a2. But now bishop b2, rook d6. Wow. Rook d6, and then rook takes h6 will be played. I don't know how, but it will be played. I mean, what a messy position this one is.
And with just a few minutes left for Vidit, I think
It's
he
like
has.
4 minutes or?
I believe so. 14 minutes for Ding Liren and 4 for Vidit, if we see
so
the clock
king a2.
correctly. 2 more moves to make.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if he's not getting excited, if he's not taking the b2 pawn, isn't he in control of the game?
Yeah, why did he take it?
Yeah, he will not, right?
He
will
might
not.
have blundered something in his calculation because he thought bishop takes b2 was the strongest.
No, but it's not taken yet, right? It's not taken yet.
Oh,
so
I
king
thought-
a2. No.
Okay, sorry, I
just said
thought that he took
No,
it.
that's the current position.
So
king a2,
taking
he's
might
thinking.
be a losing move.
Yeah, this might be very bad because rook takes and rook h6. I don't know what you have to do to make rook h6. Queen e5. Maybe it's not. No. Then rook h6, queen h6 wins. Yeah, that's probably bad. Yeah. So this is really tense.
Without
it's a
taking
time
on
trouble.
b2, it is not that dangerous for Vidit, but he's running low on time, so he still has to make 2 moves to get the extra time after move 40.
Yeah, this is exciting, of course, but we will have to interrupt because we are ready. I'm guessing we are almost ready for press conference with the Women's World Champion Tan Zhengyi, who brought her team a lead against Ukraine, winning against Natalia Zhukova. As soon as we will be ready for this, we will be switched. So far, that's the only result in this match.
Yesterday she lost and today she managed to come back. So let's listen to the
we
Women's
are ready
World
for a press
Champion.
conference and we will be back right after.
Dear chess friends, our press conference is the Women's World Chess Champion, Tan Zhengyi. She has won her game against Natalia Zhukova from Ukraine. So, Tan, my first question is, how did you manage to recover after your yesterday's loss and win such a bright game today?
问你怎么恢复过来的？就是昨天输了棋，今天怎么恢复过来，可以和茹科娃赢了这盘比赛？
其实我觉得并没有恢复过来，不过可能下棋的时候就进入状态之后就没有想那么多。我现在下完棋之后，我依然觉得昨天的棋很懊恼。
I think I didn't recover totally from yesterday's loss, but when I was playing with Zhukova, I totally concentrated on the chessboard. I didn't think much. I just want to play well the game.
You are the world champion. How did your life change after you won the title?
你现在是世界女子冠军，你拿到这个称号以后，你感觉对于你的生活有什么变化没有？
我觉得没有什么特别的变化，还是照常。
I think my life didn't change much. I lived my life as usual.
We don't know much about you. Are you studying somewhere, or are you only concentrated on chess?
我们对你不是特别了解，想问一下，你现在是专心下比赛，下国际象棋呢，还是你有去学校进修？
我在13年的时候，大学已经毕业了，然后我考虑过进修的问题，但是我们中国的一些制度上，就是我有一些困难，但是我不会放弃学业上的这个进修。
I graduated from the university in 2013, and after this, I considered to study for my postgraduate degree, but there are some difficulties at that time. But I will not give up on my study. I'm thinking about to study more.
And speaking about the future World Chess Championship match, you are going to play against your competitor Du Wenjun. And what score do you have between each other?
因为明年知道你要和你的同胞居文君下女子锦标赛对抗赛，你和居文君以前的战绩怎么样？
我觉得可能5-5之输吧，然后可能。这个就是说我只是赢在了比较关键的时候。
I think the winning chance of the against Zhu Wenjun is a half. I think each of us have some opportunity.
And my last question: where do you prefer to have this match, in China or in some other country?
你们有想这个比赛是在中国举行呢，还是你们也想就是这个比赛的举办地在其他的国家？
我以为这个比赛只会在中国，还会在别的国家吗
？I have thought that this tournament has to be organized in China. I never thought that this match was organized in other country.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? If no questions, so thank you very much and good luck.
好。
Welcome back, dear friends. The press conference proved to be a very short one, so I'm back, or we are back. Anna is joining. I'm back to a match of Russia versus Turkey in the open section, where on board 3 something extraordinary has happened. Maxim Matlakov managed to find a way to break through, and now the position is totally unbalanced, with apparently both players being very short on time. That was the position we looked at, and then f4 followed, using the fact that the knight is pinned. E takes, king went to d4, so now he wants to take on h5, win this h-pawn back, and then apparently try to win an f-pawn as well. Bishop takes, knight takes, and Turkish player came up with this, knight g3. Rook takes, knight e2. King d3 is strictly only move, and then knight c1 check. And can white really? What can white do? King went to d4, knight e2, king d3, knight c1. So they've repeated once.
So the point of Emre Can with this sacrifice is that thanks to these checks, the white king can never abandon the c4 knight.
So can this be the idea? I don't really understand what's going to happen in this case. King d2, but rook c4, and there is a check here. So winning the b7 knight.
Yes,
so I don't really.
That is
don't
a very
really
good
see.
point.
Don't really see, because wait, check here. Rook takes, check, and and he's gonna take the knight on b7. Yeah. That's important.
I don't see.
Because I thought
any reason why not.
First I thought something like rook c1, which is absolutely unclear. Black will play knight c5, he has 2 passed pawns, the king is active, but simple rook takes b7. He has this move. I thought the knight is trapped, but it's far from being clear, because then it's b3, knight gets away, rook c2 is possible. No, black is perfectly in the game still.
So this is a very interesting exchange sacrifice by the Turkish player. He sacrifices his rook for a piece and 2 pawns potentially.
So this, a check. Yeah, another result apparently.
I think
It's Georgia
it's a
versus
claim.
Poland.
I think
Possibly-
Joanna Maidan is either claiming repetition.
That's the last board, I'm guessing.
It might be a 3-4 repetition and she's claiming a draw.
Just to quickly, any results in this one? Not really. It was a very tough match, which we were not mentioning at all. Russia, by the way, in women's section, as I brought through the games, Russia leads 2-0. Valentina Gunina has won, so apparently they will win the match now. And this is Poland, Georgia. We are talking about.
Last board, Joanna Maidan.
Zagnidza's absolutely winning on board 1, and the last board, I don't know what happens. That's the position. It must have been move 40, and then
Somebody might
something
have
with
lost
the
on time.
clock. Something with the clock, apparently. Yeah.
It might be the case that Salome Melia lost on time if she didn't realize that she did not make it.
But it
to move
seems,
40.
yeah. I mean, if you lose on time, you sign the score sheet and leave disappointed. But there is something with
There's
the
a
clock, apparently.
confusion.
There is something with the clock, apparently.
Sometimes what happens in very few cases that the clock adds already the extra half an hour.
You
and
mean
so
like?
you believe the clock and you don't think that you still have to make one more move.
Yeah, this is. But judging on the situation, I think they try to readjust the clock. So apparently it won't be a loss, and the game itself is not finished. It seems. I'm still not sure though. The position
shall see what
remains
happens.
untouched, so we don't know we don't have the update on the result. Yeah, the match itself is absolutely unclear. It seems. Patsiashvili has a very bad position on board 3.
Yesterday she won a lost position with
Yeah.
a piece down, and today seems like she cannot be lucky twice.
Okay, Zagnidze though is apparently winning. Yeah, it's a very, very tight match again. It can be anything. So shall I go back to
I'm still
back to
curious about what's
Russia?
happening
Yeah,
on
let's keep a
this
camera
board.
here. Let's keep a camera here, and I will see what happens in Matlakov's game against Emre Can. Nothing will happen because they've reached move 40, and obviously
They
Matlakov
start
has
thinking.
extra half an hour to decide if he wants to repeat the moves. It's still, it is a threefold. Look, after,
Is
so
it?
it's move number 37 and knight c1, then it was move number 39, and maybe his objective was to reach move 40, but now he has the only legal move available in the position, and after king d3, knight c1 repetition can be.
Yeah,
I mean,
sorry
it can
that
be
I'm
claimed,
interrupting
yeah.
you, but what's happening on the camera is that I think she's claiming victory because of not making move 40. I believe that what she's claiming that Melia Salome hasn't made move 40, and they are checking on the clock how many
yeah.
times it has been pushed.
Yeah, meanwhile this
This
one
is a
is
draw.
finished, so it's 3 draws for Turkey and only 1 game in progress, which is Fedoseyev's game on the last board. Fedoseyev with black against Wahab Shanal. Is there any chance for Russia? Because this will be, this will be a bit of embarrassment for them not to win against Turkey, but I don't really think it will be that easy. Knight d5 though. Knight d5 is a little bit surprising move. Knight e7 is what he wants to play. Okay, that will be really, really an achievement for Turkish team to hold powerful Russia for a draw. But again, they've reached move 40, so let's figure out what goes on in this, what happened in this game. No
Between
result
Poland and
yet.
Georgia.
No result yet.
Now this is clearly a confusion about reaching move 40.
Or not, yeah. What we are shown is a game between China and India. As-
Behind them, I still see them, and I think now there will be a decision about the game.
Yeah, some explanation, but again, as we cannot hear this one, does it really make sense to Yeah, we will understand the decision later, I believe. Yeah, but I think the game will continue. It feels like the game will continue, this one. Or I don't know.
I'm not sure about that.
That's confusing. I wish it was the only game we had, so that we could
Let's
fully
move on to
concentrate on
another
this
one, and
Yeah,
then we
but
will
have
see
to-
what was the decision in the game of Salome Melia against Yona Maidan.
I have to say, though, that, well, in the ladies section, the match of Russia and Vietnam, it's still tense. Because, yeah, Russia leads 2-0, but this seems to be, well, a very pleasant position for a Vietnamese player against Katerina Lagno. Yeah, they are trying to explain something to Salome, so apparently she has lost her time.
I believe so.
Right, what I was telling, yeah, Vietnam against Russia, it's not...
And we see Joanna smiling.
Yeah.
Later we will of course try to
Yeah, well,
learn all the
let's wait.
details
Let's
from
wait
the
for
chief
this.
arbiter, what happened in this game.
Yeah, let's wait for this result to become official at least. Okay, so as I said, Russia against Vietnam is not that clear because this looks, okay, it's an extra pawn for black, 3 passed pawns, so Lagno is certainly in danger. I would not claim any other thing, but she's certainly in danger. And Kostyniuk might still have some problems. Vietnam still has a theoretical chance at least to tie the match against Russia in the women's section. And what's in the open section? Because it's already 3 draws for Turkey and for Turkey and Russia, and on board 4, Fedoseyev's game against Wahab Shanal, King G7, Knight C4. What's all that? Black is a pawn up, but too many things attacked. It's C7 is hanging, A5 is hanging, and Knight E7 is a threat. Knight E5 is a threat. It can be that White simply has enough counterplay for this pawn, or simply gets the pawn back.
And this is the only game remaining
Yeah, that's
in
the
the
only
match
game
of
remaining.
Russia.
And so you can see how tough Turkish team is.
Once
So-
again holding a giant yesterday, as we mentioned, drew against Ukraine. Today putting up such effort against the Russian team. They will probably once again make 4 draws.
Yeah, this looks like. Right, and China against India, this is what we have to check. They've reached the time control, I believe. Ding Liren against Vidit. Yeah, they've reached the time control. That's the position, and it's still very, very tense.
So the case is that now it's material equality, but White's pieces are more active, and the king on h7 is suffering a lot more than the king on a2.
Yeah, right. But on the other hand, yeah, look.
Pieces are coming off of the board.
Black will exchange, will kill queen f8, and then I don't know.
I'm not claiming White is winning.
Yeah,
Simply, it's
I'm trying
White
to
is
understand.
pressing.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what to do here, for instance. What White's supposed to do here? Because if you trade the queens, those pawns will start running. And it's not clear whose bishop is better, right? White's on d5 in this case, or black's on e5. So you probably play something like queen b7 and try to move the h pawn. Maybe this is, or the a pawn. Maybe this is what you should do. Okay, anyway, I mean, it's not clear at all. What does look clear is that Atiban is in a real trouble, probably just lost. So 2 pawns down, king is again not safe. King g3 and black's to move. Black can play something like rook f5, already threatening to cut this king to the edge of the board. Apparently Yu Yang-yi will be...
Adiban is not doing very well in this competition, unfortunately for India.
Right, then Vei against Krishnan Sashikiran just reached move 40, and I just realized that this rook is trapped on h4. I don't know how this could have happened, but has some moves back in a time trouble. Rook went to h5. I don't know why this rook went to h5. g4. Oops, and king g2.
Yeah, there was already no way back after g4.
Yeah, and then he took here, king g3, everything seems forced, g5, knight g2, rook is trapped, after bishop d6 there is f4, and the rook will be taken.
So it's going to be an exchange up for Wei Yi against Sasikiran. Good news for the Chinese team. On board 2 and board 3, it seems that they are winning.
Yeah, even though looking at this hand, it might be not that simple. Say I'm taking, then I should play a clever move like, can it be this, for instance, so that after knight h4, this might not be hopeless, in fact, but I wanted to make this work. Bishop f4. Now, if you move the king somewhere, I just take the knight. That's
F3.
great. Yeah, so you want to go to f3, and then I thought, can it be that d3 is going to work, so that when you take it c2,
Knight g2?
if knight g2, I thought for bishop d2, but no, but this can't work simply. Then it's a check, king goes, and knight to e1, and that's it. Right, so perhaps Wei has everything under control, so that already would mean
Liu Yang
plus
has
2.
finished his game already against Adiban, so that's the first victory for China in a tough match against India. India is not being very lucky so far in the tournament. Nana Zagnidze finishes her game against Monika Shotsko.
She has won, that's I'm sure, she has won.
Can we see if there are new moves on board 4 so that the game continued?
We can check this one. Where is it?
Board 4 between Poland and Georgia.
Right, so Nana Zagnidze has won her game, and on board 4 there are new moves.
Okay,
Move
so she did not
41.
lose on time.
She did not lose on time. Queen d2, queen takes d2 was the move which caused confusion. If the bishop takes, she might as well lose on the position because white is 2 pawns up. So
you are saying that Joanna shouldn't have claimed anything about the clock. But we don't know what happened actually, so we shall ask the chief arbiter.
We don't know, but yeah, this does look like white has all the winning chances. One pair of rooks will come off, after which the king is not in danger. Yeah, white should be winning simply. So this will be an equalizer for Poland, which will leave this match tied 1-1 on board 3. But Batsiashvili, as I said, seems in a very bad position. Okay, this c7 pawn is a bit threatening, but how about 3 black pawns on the king side? Yeah. I can imagine, for instance, in some way, I don't know if it's possible, you go knight b5 and knight a7, and meantime black will push, and then after knight a7 black simply takes c7, goes g3. It still can be winning for
giving
black.
Up her rook.
They're giving the rook, but in fact after knight b5 there is rook e2 threatening rook e1. So you're you're simply unable to do anything, and then rook takes c7.
Batsiashvili doesn't seem to be in her best shape yesterday. She was in a last position that somehow she managed to win with the piece down, but today she's losing against Claudia Coulomb, which will mean that it could be a victory for Poland, depends on board 2.
And then on board 2, Bella Hotenashvili is a pawn up. And no, not only that, wait, it's a piece up as for the moment.
Certainly.
G5 or what? King G1 was the last move.
Oh, it is black to move.
It's black to move, yeah. Yeah, well, I was puzzled a bit, yeah, but it's black to move, so it should be. I mean, if first of all, I should be able to save the piece. That's one thing. But even if I'm not, what's the problem? No, this is winning.
Then what we are talking about could be four deciding
games and a draw as the result of the match.
Fighting chess.
Yeah, that's fighting chess. Wasn't it the same yesterday, or there were two draws for? Yeah, there were two draws for Georgia. They exchanged victory on first and last boards. Yeah, but there was two draws on board 2 and 3. Yeah, Bella Hotenashvili meanwhile has played something.
Exchange
it's
queens somehow.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was a check, queen to g2, or bishop to g2. Well, no, that's just a piece down. There's nothing to look at. Bishop g2, and it's a time to resign. To be honest, g takes f6. Okay.
But yes, it's just simply a piece down for Jolanta Zawadzka.
So most likely it will be 2-2, but I'm wondering, imagine a situation where by some miracle Salome Melia will save this one. So after this claim an arbiter's decision that the game should continue, and all of a sudden somehow black will save this position. So imagine the disappointment of Polish players in this case.
Yeah, well, let's hope that it won't depend on the decision of outsiders. It should be decided on the boards.
Right, so I'm checking the match nearby, United States against India. It was a draw on board one. Yeah, Zawadzka eventually resigns. So for the moment it's 2-0 for Georgia. But
they are losing on board 3 and 4.
They are losing on board 3 and 4. Right, so United States versus India, draw on board 1. Then board 2 is in progress. Can't figure out whose move is this, but doesn't matter. Tanya Sachdev has an extra knight.
Shall we show it, or it doesn't matter
Should be
anymore?
winning, yeah. I mean, here I don't... Okay, it's black to move, but does it change anything? Yeah, it's just
So
winning.
it was a draw on board 2, you were saying? US...
No, it was on board 1, it was a
board
draw.
1. Oh, yeah,
Hurricane
that we already
Zawadzka.
discussed. I thought that was a new result.
Right, then Tanya Sachdev is winning. Nemtsova against Ruth Padmini. Nemtsova is winning, at least very good chance. Some extra pawns, depends on if f3 can be kept, and was a draw on last board. So it can be a fighting draw in this match. So like they will exchange victories on board 2 and 3. Ukrainian ladies will probably lose to China. It's 1-0 in China. No, it's more. There are more results. Zhukova has lost, that I remember, and it was a draw on board 1. Ushenina against Zhu Wenjun was a draw. Not much was going on in this game. They got to some position with all the pieces on the board, simply agreed a draw.
And board 3 and 4 between Ukraine and China.
4, yeah, right. Gorky against Yulia Osmak. Well, this should be held no problem. Well, in fact, black is not worse, simply. You can go knight f3 and take with the knight if needed. No, it's just a draw. And it's board 4, right? And on the board 3, Gaponenko is to move. That was very important. That was very important. Gaponenko is to move. It's completely winning position. It's a completely winning position.
So she will equalize the score.
Yeah, so that will mean, if everything will finish as we think it will, that will be 2-2, thanks to Ida Gaponenko's victory. I don't know what was happening, but somehow she has managed to win a piece.
So both the Chinese team and the Georgian team, two of the clear favorites, are still not getting their team victory yet.
What puzzles me a bit, why Gaponenko is thinking in this position. When this is what you call being impractical, because you play any move, this, then you make sure everything's protected. But not spend, okay, you are free to spend time anyway. On 30 seconds, on 5 seconds increment, you win this one. It's just absolutely winning position. Yeah. So that will be not such a bad result for the Ukraine. Knowing how the match has started for them, so that Zhukova has lost. Okay, back to...
Let's go back to the open section, the game between Ding and Vidit.
Yeah, let's check the results all together. Yes, no results in India, China. No, Atiban has lost already, right? Vidit and Ding ran. Still, the queens are kept on the board. So again, can be anything. It feels like, even though there is a feeling. That White's king is somewhat safer. we are talking about the position like that, that's ding against FIDE.
It's still the case that the king on a2 is safer than the king on h7.
Right.
So what were the last moves in this game?
Oh, no, not much. It's a rook a8, and I was looking at rook takes a8, but FIDE played queen d8, so, which I don't like really, because you kind of move the queen away. It stops the pawn, perhaps, so that I can possibly put it on a. No, I can't put it on a7. There will be queen g8. Feels a bit awkward for black. I don't know what's gonna happen. Still tense.
There we see the players, top board, China versus India.
Right.
So China is leading in this match already.
Yeah, it's
1-0.
+1 for China, and then Sashiki Ran, we thought, is in trouble against Wei. But this last rook f4 move is not a bad one. Sorry, rook f6 is not a bad one. I was exchanging rooks, if I remember correctly, but this rook f6 is probably a better way, because after knight takes, now he can take on f4, because the bishop is protected, and then take the h4 knight, still keeping this idea of running. Actually, yeah, in this case, king f3 is a bad move, maybe, because I will be the discovered attack will be threatening. Not immediately. I have knight f5, but after this check, yeah, I will have to react. So probably here I should play this. G takes. Not hopeless for black. Now that I count the material, and for the moment it's 3 pawns for an exchange. It's 3 pawns. So white obviously can take h4, but then black gets a very stable position, bishop on g5, and then activates the rook. And who is better?
Do you think then all this rook h5 and blundering the rook was on purpose?
No, not really. Not really.
But it seems to be working.
I don't think. Yeah, now it's gonna. No, it can be that. Wait, it was a long time ago it happened. Starting from this moment, he was practically forced to do all that. Bishop d4. What a move. Knight e2, he's planning to go king h1. What a great tactician this player is. Rook to e6, and starting from this moment, yeah, you no longer have a choice. This. Rook h5, and so on, and we've reached this position, which seems to work for black, as far as we can see. At least I don't see how to improve this idea for white. I mean, white has to take on h4. Something like that to protect f4. Can this be possible? So that...
Could be. You are not in a rush capturing the rook on h4.
Takes...
Although...
Knight takes.
Yeah, it's still working. With the rook on a4, it is working.
So rook a4, and then black will have to come up with another good move. So the point being, for instance, black plays h5 trying to free the rook. Then I take, and after this check, I can take with the rook, isn't it? Yeah, I can take with the rook. So I will end up being with an extra knight. Even though here it will be still not clear. Knight f5, rook g4. Too many pawns. Here it's certainly too many pawns. So this is still not over. But China is leading thanks to Yu Yangyi's victory, and yeah, so that's...
How about Fedoseyev? He's the only Russian to play and try to beat Turkey.
He's the only hope for Russia.
Single-handedly try to beat Turkey.
So we are shown some...
This is Azerbaijan, Egypt.
Azerbaijan against Egypt. I'm guessing Azerbaijani girls winning. The only one game left. I'm guessing they won all the rest. So that's really tough for women's team of Egypt. Yeah, it's 3-0 in Azerbaijan's favor, and the fourth one also looks quite suspicious. Right, so we go to Fedoseyev's game
against Sanal Wahab.
to see if he has any potential chance to bring Russia a very, very important victory against Turkey. So b6, knight to e5, rook h6. So he decides to at least to keep it a bit sharp, right? So that the g6 pawn gets protection. And maybe c7 is not possible to take. Can this be a case? Knight
Because of
c7, bishop b7. Wait, but am I forced to take this one? There is knight e7.
Knight e7.
There is... Okay, I thought to take this, but it doesn't work.
It's too
right?
much, and getting the
It's
knight
too
to
much.
c8.
The knight would be on c8, black will take c2. This is the line we are talking about. As we started to talk of this, it's better to show. Check, king, I say, let's put to f6. King h5 might be also
Might be
an
even
alternative.
better,
Yeah,
but
takes, but knight is simply not coming out. So it takes, knight will go back, black will be completely winning. So, knight e7. Can it be that he's still gonna play bishop b7, chasing the rook? And in this case, actually the knight, especially this one is funny, because I'll play king f6, and then the knights are tied to each other, protecting. Yeah, so, well, has to take with this knight, knight c2 again, black has serious winning chances. Not only he has won a pawn, but both b3 and, b3 and a4 are weak. b3 and a4 are weak. So there is a hope. There is a hope for Fedoseev, and there is a hope for Russian team.
What other match is there that we haven't talked about recently?
Egypt-
Poland, the United States. Was that decided already? We thought that Jeffrey had some chances on
yeah.
board 4.
Yeah, right. So it's 2-1 in Poland's favor, thanks to Radek Wojtaszek, who has beaten Sam Shankland already like 2 hours ago. And on the last board, last game remaining this match, it's shown against Bartel. And somehow White did not succeed much. He didn't take the e2 pawn just yet, and he has lost his a4 pawn. So I'm predicting a draw in this one.
Which is bad news for the United States, because then there's no one who could equalize the score.
Yeah.
Board 2, was that over already? Duda versus Onishuk. I did not write it down, but I think we have seen
it.
it.
A long time ago. Yeah, we had seen this one. It was this
Draw early on. So yes, this is the last chance of the United States equalizing the match against Poland, but the Polish team seems to be in a very good shape. They won yesterday against India, and today they are beating the Olympic champion United States.
Right, I'm trying to... Yeah, I mean, probably he will have to do this and take on e2, and then hope for this one pawn. No, it's not possible. So I play rook a1, threatening this, and rook b1, and I will collect on b5. And you need all your pieces to support this g-pawn, which is hardly realistic. So that's, let's say, a desperate try to do something like this, king to f5, f6, and try to promote the g-pawn, but Albert will run quickly, this A guy. King f5, this, well, it's a fantasy line which never gonna happen, but even here it seems to work for black.
It would need a light squared bishop, then it would be better.
Yeah, so king f6, for instance, and now not a3 because of knight. Actually, I can play knight c6, some rook d5, attacking the bishop, giving a check. Yeah, this way, if you insist on trying for win with white, you might as well lose. So simply those pawns will go too far. Right.
What other games are there that we still need to mention? So the only match that has completely finished
is Ukraine
in the open
against,
section, Belarus, Ukraine 2-2, 4 draws.
Right. Norway and Egypt. Did we check this one?
We only saw that there were two decisive results.
Yeah.
Urkedal won for Norway, and Farahat on board 4 beat Lars Oskar Hauge.
Yep. Two others are in progress. Still, nothing is clear. I think Norway is better on board 3, and apparently he is better as well on board 1, but nothing
Shall we
is clear
show
yet.
the positions?
Yeah, let's show Aryan Tari's position against Hisham Abdelrahman. That's the one. At some point it looked... Remember?
Hisham Abdelrahman is the player who made a draw yesterday against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, right. And today, yeah, he's playing with, okay, I mean, not that high rated, but higher rated than him anyway, Aryan Tari.
And
one of Norwegian
hope
talents.
of Norwegian
Yeah.
chess.
So I don't know what has happened here, because at some point it looked like it's just there was some extra pawns for white and seemingly no compensation for black. Bishop b7, bishop d5, I don't know, he must have overlooked something. Rook g7, g4, king g3, e5. Aha, blundered this thing.
Oh,
E takes, knight takes, rook g7, knight d2, and a5. So 3 pawns for
he
an
blundered an
exchange.
exchange.
Yeah, 3 pawns for an exchange. Still, white is superior, but it won't be easy to win
In
due
the
to
position
limited
where
material.
he blundered, was he forced into this line, or he just
No,
didn't
not
see it?
really, not really. I'm guessing over here, g2 was hanging. Could he play f3? Probably he could. By the way, I can see from a camera view, Gaponenko has won, so it's an equal score in Ukraine.
Yeah, she had
China.
a piece up, so it's not a surprise that
An
she
equal
won
score
her
in
game.
Ukraine-China with only 1 game in play, which is a completely drawish position, I believe. Yeah, over here, I'm guessing Tari could play f2, f3. And then the knight is hanging. Knight g2. Maybe it wasn't all that clear. I thought rook g4, but it's not billion extra pawns. I mean, I'm giving my pawns away. Yeah, maybe it's not that simple.
So
Anyway.
maybe he did this on purpose. He gave
Yeah,
up the
that's
exchange.
Right. That's right, just to make his king safe. Yeah, b3. But now, yeah, rook is one tricky piece. So something like a4, just to probably to get rid of these pawns and then start...
Collecting the pawns.
Okay, at least try to collect
Knight
the pawns.
c3.
If knight c3 pursued this knight with rook c6, you have to get the rook as active as possible and then see what happens. Yeah, somehow otherwise, maybe a4, not that I like this move, but otherwise it's not easy to get this rook in. So at least after a4, if white takes, then rook a7. I would gladly keep this one as a potential passed pawn. Can I do this all of a sudden? And my point is let's say white doesn't really react to this. I'm guessing this might be a very good chance for a draw. So takes, a check, and then this a pawn is running, and probably will cost white a piece. So it's still not over.
This could end up in a draw. What about the other game?
And the other one is on board
Johan
3.
Salomon versus Moheb Amir.
Yeah, that's the current one. Remember that's the game where black had a lot of weak pawns. Yeah, there was this position with a lot of weak pawns for black, but now it doesn't look all that hopeless. Some of them got exchanged. And still white who is better, apparently. But I don't really think...
That's actually finishing her game, which must have been a resignation from the Georgian.
Yeah, most likely. So it's...
Although yesterday she was a piece up and she won, so
we better
you
check.
can never know with
So we better
with her.
check.
She might be tricky.
Yeah, she probably did resign. Yeah, it does look. I mean, the final position, there is no result just yet, but she did resign because it's...
So this is the curious case where Georgia was leading 2-0 against Poland, but they are losing on the remaining 2 games. So that is, it is likely that will end up
likely to be
as a tie.
a draw in the match without a single draw in the board
any
result.
games.
Yeah. So we are back to Aryan
Norway
Tari,
versus Egypt.
or Johan Salomon. I'm not sure which one we're gonna check. Knight g3, knight to d2. Yeah, due to limited material, I would claim that it's not easy for white to win something like that. I mean, say you go bishop e3 and you might even win e4 pawn. Don't know what I should be doing here. But even this, I don't know, king, that's stupid, self-pinning. Anyway, takes, knight e4, a check, and king g6 for it. This also won't be easy to win because b4 is somewhat weak, so is c6, those two are likely to come off, and then a good chance black will be able to trade the bishop and the pawn for white's 2 pawns, which is enough to achieve a draw. Right, so Egypt is putting a good fight and they do have a chance for a first match point today.
They could tie the score with Norway, which is a good result for the Egyptian team. They are the lowest rated team, and even between Norway and Egypt there are a couple of hundred points difference in rating.
Well, we kind of forgotten about the match of Russian ladies against Vietnam when we've seen Russia taking a comfortable +2 lead.
Yeah, they were leading to
it's quite
0.
Yeah, it's quite tricky, in fact, because that's board 2. Katerina Lachno, I think she finds herself in a really big trouble. Just look at black pieces. You know, black controls everything, it seems. It's a pawn up for black. Lot of passed pawns, and if needed this king can go back to collect f7.
This is looking really bad for Katerina.
This probably is objectively lost for Lachno. I don't know how the game is going to finish, but it does look lost for white, so it will all depend on Kostyniuk, same as yesterday. But yesterday she was comfortable. It was already
could have been a draw or victory.
It was 2-1 and she was playing, but her position was absolutely comfortable. Today, I'm not sure we can say so, because now it's definitely white who is trying. I don't know, I mean, if he will succeed here, but it's definitely white who is trying to play for a win.
So incredible comeback by the Vietnamese ladies after 2-0, losing the match, and they might fight back on board 1 and 2, being lower rated players.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here I don't really think it's all that much better for white, but if it will be kept in progress, I mean, and getting lower on the clock with this 30 seconds, and you can get nervous, you can play one imprecise move and get into trouble very quickly.
So for the Russian women's team, this is still not an easy ride, winning the match against Vietnam.
Yeah, absolutely. And then having Lachno's game next to you as a distracting factor, because you will always be looking at that and see that this is very, very unpleasant position. I mean, it's a lost position. There is nothing to talk about.
Lachno had also yesterday not such a easy game.
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
She was lost at some point. We didn't know the computer evaluation, but her position was more than suspicious at some point that she managed to win. And this is Tanya Sajda finishing her game against Sabina Foysor. What was the result in that game? Tanya has won.
She had an extra piece. Let me check. Yeah, it's draw for Zatonsky. Sachdev has won. Draw on the last board, and Nemtsova is trying to equal the score against Ruth Padmini. I'm guessing now Padmini has some chances here. That's the only remaining game in this match on board 3. This is the current position. Black's d-pawn should not be underestimated. I mean, f3 is attacked, right?
Still hanging. When we checked this game, it was hanging already.
Yeah. So I don't know, something like that. King c6. How do you protect this one? I mean, it's not easy at all. I thought of rook check and rook d5, so that after rook f3, I will not go for this rook ending, but I will take b5 all of a sudden. The problem is, though, that after rook d5, probably king comes back to c6. Probably king will go back, so that then perhaps rook c5 was played. Perhaps the only chance would be to actually go to d8. And this might be this rook ending after all. Rook takes f3, knight d4, knight d4, rook d4.
And what
Where
is
I'm
this
not
ending?
where I'm not sure if it's winning, with the king being cut on the no, it is winning. King will go all the way here. Yeah, should be winning anyway. Somehow this king cannot. Yeah, if the king would have been on e5 to disturb the rook from the fourth rank, then black would have had a chance. And now you see this pawn plus the rook on d4 kind of put the king in a sort of a cage, right? So it is not helpful on the king side. So white will bring the king here, and in the right moment he can sacrifice the b4 pawn and get the king, say, cut far away from the remaining passed pawn.
You see, Sabina Foyser is still at her board thinking of the game that she has just lost to Tanya Sajdev. She really seems to be under the effect of the game still.
Yeah, well, can I just briefly check what was happening there?
She was
because
a piece down when we saw it, but she must have blundered maybe.
Yeah, maybe there was something involving a blunder. Not really, it looks like she got outplayed. Somewhere here, I wasn't sure if she had to play h5. Was looking at this and I wasn't sure if h5 was such a great idea. Or maybe the position already is not that attractive.
It seems more the case of being outplayed. So Tanya played very well, and Sabina maybe thinking
this is winning.
She went wrong in this game, but she was being outplayed.
Right, a good result for Tanya, but there is still a chance the score will be equal if Nemtsova will win against Ruth Padmini.
That's another reason for a player to stay.
To support, to support your team.
I think as soon as you stand up, you can be sent out of the playing hall, so it's better to stick to your chair.
Right, so looking what are the other results. Yeah, in the moment section, it's more or less clear, everything apart from the Russian match. Russia versus Vietnam, assuming Lagno is losing apparently.
And Georgia, Poland, still the last board, depending on whether Joanna Maidan can convert her advantage against Salome Melia.
Yeah, it looked completely winning. So, are there any difficulties with that one? That's the current position. I would still claim that it should be an easy win. So b5 is just as weak as this one, so I'm guessing white will play a3, and then, those two should normally decide the game.
Yeah, the only factor that is in favor of Salome is that they're opposite colored bishops. So you might not want to exchange rooks, but in this position, even that.
I will also thought, like, if rook f7 check, which was just played, by the way, and I'm guessing
f6.
rook f6 should be enough, as long as those pawns are not getting blocked.
Yeah.
Right.
But this is something that she needs to consider very well. So you don't want to trade rooks here unless you are sure that this endgame is winning. And for us, it's easy to claim it, but imagine that if she takes the decision, there's no way back.
Yeah, but how do you? No, really, I don't see the way. As soon as I get my pawns on light squares, then it's automatically winning.
I'm also saying that it's winning.
h4, h5, king to h4.
It's not such an easy decision when you have all the responsibility of needing to win this game for your team.
And the thing is that you don't spoil anything by playing king e3. In fact, it still remains completely winning position.
Maybe it's even better she has just played king e3.
King e3, right, because she can put a rook on b6 all the time, attacking this b pawn. Yeah, should be easy. Okay.
So we assume that Joanna will win her game, and that will be a 2-2 between Georgia and Poland. Russia still needs to.
How many draws do we have in the women's section?
You mean games drawn?
No, not the game. Game draws. Game draws. It's not such a high quantity, by the way.
Yeah,
but
very few.
The matches. Ukraine is likely to tie their match, right? And actually, Ukraine is still playing. I keep forgetting about this. The Ukraine versus China, the game on the last board is still in progress.
The score is 1.5, 1.5 at the
Yeah.
moment.
And white is still trying to play this position for a win. Black somehow made it terribly uncomfortable for herself. Knight f3, knight h4. Again, this fashion of putting the knight at the edge of the board, I don't really support this one. Okay, what was wrong with capturing on h4 like that? So that the pawn cannot be taken? I don't know, really. Okay, anyway, if black will get short on time, this can be a bit unpleasant. Or not really. I don't know. Now, how can you lose this one?
I don't really see a way.
Yeah, I mean, if you get rook and bishop versus rook, but yeah, you have to lose the whole knight.
White is not close to getting that.
Not,
But this
not
should
at
be
all.
a draw. Of course, the game is still going on. The Chinese player trying to somehow squeeze water out of stone.
Yeah, because basically, if they make a draw, China, so that they lose all the chances.
For a goal, that's very likely.
Most likely, yeah. If you start with only one match point out of 4 possible after 2 rounds, yeah.
So remember
most
that it's
likely.
about match point. That is, the individual results do not matter until there are tie breaks. So whether you win 4-0 or 2.5, it doesn't matter mainly. Only when teams are tied with the same match point.
Yeah, well, in fact, black is down to less than 8 minutes is not a big issue, but she's really under pressure. I can see this. So
She's nervous.
She's nervous, right? She's nervous. What will be the most comfortable way to make a draw? I'm not sure yet.
The game of Katerina Nemtsova has finished, it seems.
Against
Could she
Ruth
win it so
Padmini.
quickly, or was that
How
a draw?
could it finish so quickly?
It could only be a draw if it finished so
Yeah,
quickly,
I'm guessing so.
which is a disappointing result for the United States.
I don't have an update on this, by the way.
Let's see the camera.
Looks like it was repeated. How can
Was
this be?
repeated?
How can this be?
Why did she repeat moves with a pawn up?
2 pawns up, in fact. No,
Yeah.
I don't really understand. But the game is finished. There is still no update on the result on this one.
Why?
That's really weird. No, I mean, I don't understand that.
If we can see that maybe with the camera, that just to make sure that she did not win.
Okay, it will. I mean, if
No,
the
that could
kings
have
are.
been a blunder, by the way. If we see this position, imagine the rook takes the f3 pawn and then rook
Yeah,
takes
rook
b5.
b5.
So
This
what if the
could
game
finish.
finished that way and Katerina won the game?
Yeah, but what move are you playing? That's the question.
I don't know. She must have played something like g5 and
Yeah,
black
g5,
didn't
but
go
then
d3
d3 was the
Yes.
the problematic move.
I don't know.
Wait, here.
But I wish we could see it. Is that the board?
That's the
These are the boards
first
only.
time. Well, according to what we have, there wasn't yet a threefold
she-
repetition.
Maybe she.
It's a draw. I can see it's a draw, but yeah, that's I'm certain. So both kings are on the same. So it's like e5, e4. It doesn't matter really. Strangely enough, yeah, the digital board is not reacting, but it is a draw now, I'm sure, which means
It is very strange, not only because it's a draw, but because it seems that Nemtsova didn't try.
yeah,
And she had to.
that's
She had to
really,
try
really
to
strange.
save her team.
It's really strange. I mean, anyway, you don't have any chance to lose. So
Yeah,
that's the.
there was no risk. There was just no point in taking a draw in that position.
Aha, Kostyniuk has finished. I'm guessing if
That should be a draw.
there should be a draw, right? And that means Russia secures the victory. Now, once again, I've stopped getting updated on the games. I'm wondering if it's once again the thing with PGN we had yesterday, because it looks like I'm not getting new moves again.
Maybe then Nemtsova's position wasn't the one that we were
Yeah,
looking at, so
apparently.
we shouldn't judge her by taking a draw in that position. We shall go on a quick break and
Yeah.
come back with
Maybe
the
that's
updated
the punishment.
positions.
That's the punishment. We are more than 1 hour on air straight, and therefore it might be that this thing stops working. So we ask for a brief break, and we'll be back as soon as we will figure out what's going on. No break yet. Rublevsky smiling, so I'm sure Kostyniuk did not lose.
Which means that Russia will win. They can only lose on...
They already have 2.5.
Yeah.
They already have
so
2.5.
Katerina Lagno is likely to lose this endgame, but even like that...
No, now I'm getting updated, it seems.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's why we are not going anywhere.
No, not really. Not really. It's absolutely different position, and that one is stuck here. No, that's absolutely different position, in fact. Everything has changed. It's nowhere near to what we have. We need a break, really.
But nobody wants to give us a break. Let's see some more games.
But if they are not getting
By the
updated,
way,
what's the
you
what's the
should
point
use
with
the
it?
hashtag #UgraChess to let us know your questions, comments, anything you would like to tell us about the World Team Championship here in Khanty-Mansi. So hashtag #UgraChess, that is the official hashtag of the event.
Right, let me at least try to find out if Fedoseyev's game is getting updated. That's the position, but again, I don't believe it's the actual position on the board. At least in this one, it looks like he has chances. In this one, it looks like he has
So you
chances.
think that Fedoseyev will win this game?
Well, he's still a pawn up, and White's structure is damaged as he lost the c2 pawn. Not that b6 is a survivor. b6 will be lost as well. I'm still not sure. To be honest, I'm still not sure if he's going to win. But again, it's not the position. It's not the position again. It's like king h, and at least here I think I'm able to restore this one. It's knight d6, bishop d5, and knight to c8. Knight to c8 attacking b6. So now pawns will start to disappear one after another. So bishop b3, knight b6. It's still a pawn up for black, so still a chance, but
You
no.
think it's not enough?
Bishop b3, knight b6. I mean, I'm guessing it might be that all those pawns will get eliminated simply. My next move will be knight c4, and I'm getting to an a5 pawn. You can take a4, and it's another pair of pawns disappearing, and then c5 for d3 we can trade, and so on and so forth. Yeah, but we cannot really go like this. We have to restore the PGN thing.
In the meantime, let me check the tweets,
Yeah.
if there are any
Are there
new
any
tweets with the hashtag #UgraChess. So make sure to use that hashtag for the event.
You know what I can tell you? Jeffrey Xiong is still fighting, and
That's good news for the United States.
yeah, and the position they have looks like he is getting somewhere. Looks like he's getting somewhere. That's the position. Okay, it's still tough to get the B pawn, but if he manages so, it will be winning for. No, it's hard to imagine. And he will probably just. Black should be able to. I mean,
But he's
only
trying,
need,
and it's
yeah,
nice
he's
to
trying.
see
He's
the
trying.
youngest member of the American team fighting so much for his team.
Right. So anyway, it will be a victory. Yeah, if it's a draw, so Poland will win 2 matches in a row, which is not a bad start against the decent teams of
Assuming
India
that Bartel
and
manages to hold.
India and United States. Right. India, it's +1 for China. This we remember. And Dingli Ren against Vidit is still in progress. This is the match we should be talking about, in India versus China, and this game, because this is interesting. Shall we? Just a quick one, because
Yeah,
really
let's have a look
I'm a
at
bit
it
disappointed.
Before the break.
Yeah, a bit disappointed that I can't really be sure that this is the right position. So it would really be nice to get the PGN thing right. Okay, so what was it? Queen d8, that's what we've seen, but then rook a7 was played. Okay, and rook to d7, queen to e3. So How many times this queen has switched from one wing to the other? a5, queen e2, queen to e6, simply threatening to take h6, and queen went back to e3. Ding Liren is thinking. He can play a6, it seems. I'm not sure. a6 doesn't lead anywhere. Okay, he can blunder a mate. Bishop d5 and then queen a3. And king b1, it's mate from b2, otherwise it's mate from a1. I mean, this idea, it's not the most natural move in the position, but I just thought, bishop d5, maybe one day it will be useful to support this pawn. If you play bishop c4, it's the same, in fact. Now, what he's thinking about is, I actually don't know what. Is e4 hanging? Okay, this is
the game between Jeffrey Xiong and Mateusz Barta has finished
in a draw, obviously, because
Jeffrey tried at least what he could, but unfortunately this draw means that the United States has lost their match against Poland. Poland winning yet another match.
Yeah, that's great. And this time Wojtaszek is the hero. Yesterday he lost, but he was supported by his teammates who won 2 games, and today he is the one to bring Poland the victory over United States, and United States team was a bit higher rated. Okay, so no moves. No, I'm afraid as I said, we are not getting updated on this one. It's very, very interesting. India versus China's three games are still in progress. And I'm not even sure if China will win the match. They are leading +1, but other games, they are very tense. So Sashiki Ran, this rook on h4 in Sashiki Ran's game, it's still not taken. That's that's nice.
What happened?
So after rook f6, rook f1 was played, which is kind of the same idea as rook a4, right? d4, rook a to d1, and c5, b4, he has taken, b3, pawn takes, blacks to move. So in some versions he wants this c pawn to play a role. Okay, I mean it's now or never. It's either black has something or he has to resign, because next move white eventually will take on h4.
It's an interesting fact that the defending champion barely ever managed to defend their title. So that was the case of the Soviet Union winning in 1985 and 1989. Before, the championship was only had every 4 years. Only in the last couple of years, this is an event every 2 years. Russia won 2005 and 2010 edition of the World Team Championship.
Okay, so can we get a bit close on the position, so at least to figure out? No, I mean, I think this one is correct. So here we are up to date, and we do get the updates on the moves finally. So it was after cb3 was c2, and this rook went to c1. So what's now? Rook is still trapped. Bishop f4. This can be rather funny. Bishop f4, rook f4, rook takes.
With 2 rooks hanging.
I know, but I can simply take the rook, the one I want.
Yes.
Yeah. That is, it doesn't work. Is there anything after this? Because otherwise, I don't know what he wants to do. What? Once again, we are not up to date, and we even the. We are
from
back
this
to.
angle, we can see at least the top board between China and India.
Right. So back to board 1 then. There are some more moves played. a5, queen e2 again, and queen e6, queen e3. Yeah, that was a6 here. King to b1. What a move! King to b1. Can you really believe this one? And black just played something. which I don't. Rook went to f8. Apparently that was not possible. I don't know why, but rook a6, queen g8, and there probably was some mate. Ah, yeah, I've just spotted. It's a check followed by this check, and then
That's
bishop
pretty.
g8, f7, and then the known thing. Yeah, rook went back to f8, so that to protect the 8th rank. Now he wants to take a6.
This is still such a sharp position, and it's a top board between China and India. Really exciting game.
Yeah, it feels like it goes in whites. I mean, it goes Dingley Ren's way, but still, it's not easy to deliver this last blow. A7 doesn't work. Queen e7, don't know what's the threat is. A7, rook a7, that's the problem. And then rook h6 is not possible yet because the queen's gonna take, and after an exchange on a7 there is no after an exchange on a7 there is no longer a pin on 7th rank. So again, rook h6 is nothing.
So it would only be a trade of rooks if you do
if I
it
take
the
on
other way.
h6, here
Rook takes
a7, rook
yeah.
a7, for instance, I can take with the queen as well. Queen
To
takes,
make it prettier.
takes, but
Just
who is
trade
better
of
in the
pieces.
resulting position? This g
No, I
pawn
think
is
black.
the g pawn is marching and actually pretty fast.
So this is not something that Dingley
this is
Ren
not
wants.
what he wants. Certainly, some sort of rook f7 maybe, so that if the pair of rooks comes off, then again you can't take a6. You probably can't take this one either, even though of this I'm not sure. Bishop d5 I thought, but then there is this move. Threatening mate again. It is sharp. It is very, very sharp, this one.
It's great to see such fighting chess on this high level.
And what's interesting, not so many moves made, so they might be very close to the
Time trouble.
next, the
And there's
decisive time
No
trouble.
more extra time, just then the 30-second increment each move.
Wow, you know what happened? I'm sorry for this wow, but it's really... This rook escaped from h4 on board 3.
Did it?
Yeah, after c2, I completely missed his idea. It's bishop a3, attacking the rook, and after
Forcing
rook
you
c2,
to take the pawn.
yeah, there is a square, rook h1, and all of a sudden material equal.
Wow.
After such
A trapped rook
we were
hanging for 10 moves.
it was so interesting. I mean, so many different changes. Remember, once it was it was exchanged for 3 pawns. It was this, that, but we never thought it would be an equal material. But maybe the line is still not over, because now this king might get in danger, I'm guessing, or not really. King g7. No, I thought some rooks on the last rank, but no, it's hardly realistic. I don't believe in this one. Yeah.
China-India is the match with the most number of running games. 3 of the players are still there. Only the game of Adiban has finished. Yu Yangyi beat Adiban Bhaskaran. So anything can happen in this match still.
Yep. United States, this we've mentioned, it finished against Poland.
Poland has won again.
Right. Norway and Egypt are still playing. So it's 1-1, and on 2 boards, white is better.
Board 1 and board 3.
Board 1 and
So
board 3.
the
So Norway
Norwegians.
is better on both boards, but still there is no guarantee that they will win. Still a pawn up for Fedoseev, who can still try to win the match for Russia. And somehow he even managed to stop those pawns from being exchanged.
Shall we quickly have a look?
Yeah, that's the position for the saves game. That's the position. So stuff like, over here, king g3, g5. So he creates the passed pawn. King f2, f4, knight e to d7, knight e6, knight e5 back. Okay. So what about it? Knight d8. No, I don't believe you're playing for a win like that. Knight d8. That's something.
Where is he going?
I don't know. after this, is he going to b7?
Just to protect the pawn. Could be.
I mean, it's an ugly knight, but a4 is hanging for
Effective.
real. Even though if I go back to b6, how do you win with the knight on b7? Might be that Turkey's gonna hold. It's more or less same scenario, I would claim. So 3 draws more or less quickly, and the last game in which they are a bit worse. But
And they did
yeah.
manage to hold it yesterday. Also thanks to Ponomarev, because he didn't play his best
Yeah, he was a
endgame
pawn up,
skills.
and now it's again last Turkish player has the white pieces, he's a pawn down, and he's holding for a draw. That will be really a huge achievement for Turkish.
They are big
Nice.
fighters.
Yeah, that's really, really great. Right, and I'm still not sure if Peter Svidler had to repeat moves. Objectively, his position perhaps was not really better, but he could try a bit.
You shall ask him later
Yeah,
what
I'll
he
try.
felt about the game.
I'll try. Yeah. So I think in the ladies tournament, most of the games are finished already, right? While in
We are waiting for.
what's
that
left?
well, still Ukraine?
Ukraine versus China still.
I think, and also Poland, Georgia.
Poland versus Georgia.
Azerbaijan has beaten Egypt, I believe. Was that 3?
It was 4-0, I'm
4-0.
guessing. It was 4-0. Right. Lucknow seemingly managed to get some chance, but it might not be even of that big importance because Le Fontao agreed a draw. Agreed a draw, and Kostyuk in the position which I thought she would try to play for a win at least. So it's 2.5 for Russian ladies, and the last game, it's important for a tiebreaker. It's important for Katerina Lahnova to try to save, but yeah, the match is already won, so Russia remains in the lead. Azerbaijan has won 4-0.
Against
Is that
Egypt.
right? So it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right, absolutely. So 4-0 for Azerbaijan.
And I think Joanna Maiden is still playing against Salome Amelia. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So this is the game Poland has to win in the ladies section in order to level the score against Georgia. But we are back to this one. Because
Fedoseev trying to win the match for Russia.
this is the most interesting, I would say. But again, we are a bit behind. I'm guessing. Because something has happened. No, he just has taken on c4. And the knight takes c4. That's the position. Knight ending. Pawn up. Very, very limited material. But yeah, the knight is far away from attacking c5. So what I'm thinking, he has to go here and then try to come with the king. Is he considering knight b7? Knight b7. That's very interesting. But apparently, yeah, he wants both pawns to be protected, and apparently
Then he can bring the king.
he made sure that the king is going through. For instance, after king f3, he's gonna go king f5, and actually white is in a sort of a zugzwang in this case. Because if king goes back, then I'm gladly coming here. And I'm guessing this should be winning for black. Because I'll take the 1 and a4 will drop most likely. But still, it's very narrow margin. I mean, it's one.
Because there are
move.
only few pawns on the
Yeah,
board.
only few pawns. Yeah, if he manages to exchange the d pawn, which he probably does. Knight d2. He can put a knight on b3. There will be no way in. There will be no way in at all. That's why black had to play knight c6. So after this, he at least would have had. No. I thought knight e5, but this runs into check and takes.
Just protect the d3 pawn.
And knight d2 is a nice move. After king f5, he'll put the knight on b3, attacking both pawns here, and guarding the d4 square. This.
Could this be a
He
fortress?
he can move the knight, it seems. At least I don't see how to break through. He can move the king as well, because f3 is vulnerable now. After king f4, it's simply knight d2 and takes, and not enough material simply.
The problem is that white is running really short on time. He's only got 2 minutes left, so
He's got 2 minutes left.
imagine even if objectively he could hold this position, technically it's really difficult with no time on the clock.
Yeah, right. So Fedoseev still has 16 minutes. Apparently he will spend his time to try to find out if position offers at least a slight chance. At least at first glance I don't really see what he has to do. Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to claim if one more pair of pawns, the c5 is exchanged on d3, one pair of pawns comes off, then it has to be just a draw. I don't really see black winning this one.
What do you think the captain of the Russian team is thinking at the moment?
I don't know.
Because he's there.
He's not very happy. In fact, he left his match and he went to see the ladies. He watches the match of the game of Katerina. No. Let me also bring this one on the screen. I think we actually, okay, just quickly I'll check this one. Where is it? I think like no managed to get away with that. That's the current position. The pawn on b5 apparently cannot be taken because of a. It can. What's the? That's nice. I got it. a3 threatening a2. And after this, that's another move. So it will be a2 and knight e5. So the bishop gets dominated. But you are not forced to do that. And I'm guessing what's going to happen if I just play this and create. It's just a draw. It's just a draw. It's g5 or h4 as you like.
Yeah, it seems that the Vietnamese player had a very good chance of beating Katerina.
I'm sure it was completely winning. I don't know where it was winning, but say somewhere around this point, this moment, it must have been completely winning. Bishop to e7, check, king d3. Even here, why do you go knight d6? Why don't you play king e6 and keep the bishop? That's what I would be thinking. Maybe it wasn't simple as well. Anyway, this moment has gone, and now it looks like it will be a draw, which will bring Russia a comfortable 3-1 win.
Good for the tiebreak score
good
later
for
on. The individual points
and
matter. Also for the confidence of Katerina.
Absolutely, and in a couple of years, everyone will forget how tough this match was, and
They just see the result, 3-1. Russia won.
Yeah,
favorites.
very comfortable. Yeah, on top boards they made draws, and then on the low boards they simply won. They were in trouble, Russia here. And Gunina's game, it was also not clear at all, I have to say.
So we basically are following just a few remaining games. What about Norway-Egypt?
Norway,
in the open
Egypt,
section.
it's still 2 games in play. Ariantari on board 1. 2 pawns for an exchange. So 1 pawn has gone, but the knight struggles to get into play right now. Well, knight f3. I'm not certain that white is winning anymore. Some knight f3 check. This is what he's trying to achieve. The king goes all the way to e7 and then f6. Knight f3 was played anyway. Knight f3 was played. Black needs his king in. Could he, in fact, try to bring the king maybe to f8? Not that this one is necessarily a bad one. I mean, I'm claiming black has chances. Black has chances, that's what I'm thinking. Right, then over here on board 3. Now it's probably hopeless, this one. G4. Yeah, 2 connected passers. and black is yet to take the pawn on b4. So the problem is, if you go king c3, first of all, it might happen that the brutal force wins, like, you know, f4, f5, and white will happen to be quicker. But there is also this quirky move. Knight to d6, attacking the bishop, and when the bishop goes away, it will be b5.
And simply keeping the f and g pawns.
Yeah, so two connected pawns should decide the game in white's favor. That means king c3 is not possible, but you have to come up with counterplay, otherwise it will be too late. After two more moves, like if the pawn gets to f5, even any kind of counterplay on the queen side will be simply too late.
So it seems that Norway is in control of the match. They might win both remaining games and win the match 3-1. Remember that so far the score is 1-1. Urkedal has won his game, but Ali Farhat scored for Egypt.
Right, so what we have to do, that's I'm sure, we have to check India versus China, because this is the toughest match, and this is the
There's still 3 games.
3 games in progress, right. 3 games are still in progress here. One game has finished in China's favor, so China is leaning. That's the position. Again, this game of Dingley Ren versus Vidit, and they are repeating moves. Queen f1, rook f8, that's already a 3rd time, I'm guessing that's the 3rd time this position is on the board.
Did they agree in a draw already and we just didn't realize?
This I don't know, really?
Are they still there?
No, it's board 4.
Yeah, I can't see board 1.
Yeah, board 1 is...
Maybe
we
they
can't
finished
see.
already, simply the result is not updated.
Right, so on...
Well, that was a very exciting game on the top board. Even if it ended in a draw, I think we cannot complain about the 2 players going for it. With any color, they would have played this position.
Yeah, that was really exciting, and still remains. I mean, it requires analysis to understand what was going on.
Who was better and when?
Who was better, and maybe in the final position still it was possible to play.
So the other 2 boards, we thought that China was in control of the match after scoring on board 2. Yu Yang-yi beat Adiban.
Look what happened in Wei's game against Sashikiran. This knight on g2, which looked like it was a clever way to put it, to trap the rook and everything, but now this knight doesn't have all that many moves. White... no, that's fine. White's the move. I thought after rook e6 there would be rook b3 intermediate, but no, then rook e3 comes. So you have to take. That's precisely what has happened. And then perhaps white can just play rook c3. He still will end up being a pawn down, though. Bishop b4, and one of the pawns will fall. I mean, it might be that Sashikiran will try. Sashikiran might try to save
After
his team.
saving his rook.
Yeah, this rook miraculously escaped from h4.
Let's show it once again for those who were
so
not here
over
before.
here, rook got to h4. That's a separate story. It was also exciting, but let's agree. The rook got on h4. Then this happens. You have to play g5, knight g2, and it turns out that, well, I'm guessing, by the way, no, nothing can happen. Yeah, it's a draw on board 1. Yeah, just to... So the rook got trapped. It was a check. So starting from this point, rook is attacked on move 40. And then there is always some move which makes it uncomfortable for white to take. And then c5. And once again, if you take h4, it's bishop f4 check intermediate, apparently. Or I don't know what. Anyway, b4, this. And then after bishop a3, you have to take the passed pawn. And on move 48, 8 moves being on h4 attacked, rook finally escapes. And now it's an active rook. And it's white who might have some difficulties. In fact,
Yulia Osmak finished her game.
Finished her game. I believe it's still a draw, even though it was a... Yeah, she got herself in a bit of unnecessary trouble, but I believe she managed to save this one.
That
just to make sure.
that means a 2-2 between Ukraine and China in the women's tournament.
Yeah, I think this.
Also, Joanna Maiden has finished her game against Salome Melia.
Yeah, it's a draw, and Yulia even is the pawn up in the final position. This China versus Ukraine, so China finishes 2-2.
Which for China means that they have only scored 1 match point out of the 4 possible match points of the first 2 rounds. Not a good start if they want to win the tournament, almost getting impossible.
Yeah, they will have to win all the remaining matches.
And they will need Russia and the other teams to lose matches.
Joanna Maidan has won, and that's a spectacular position. That's where you want your connected passed pawns to be. That's where you want. And look, I mean, I didn't know what Black was doing, because he's been here for some time, and then Black was shuffling with his pieces, and the pawns got that far.
Wow, so this was an amazing match between Georgia and Poland, where there are no draws.
No draws at all, and a draw as the final result. They exchanged victories.
Exactly.
Once again, so
First
Georgia
2 boards, Georgia won.
1 and 2, and Poland has won board 3 and 4. I have to say Poland is doing great altogether. So they are on 2 out of 2. I mean, 2 match wins in the men's in the open section, and then 1.5 for Poland or 3 match points.
Yeah,
right?
it's
in this count. Yeah,
calculated in a way that a team victory is 2 points and the team tie is 1 point.
Yep. Okay, so is that the... Okay, I have a nice feature in this one. I can press this button, it will show only the running games. So, in the women's section, that's the only game which is remaining. Katerina Lakhno against Vo Thi Kim in the match which Russia has already won. And in your notes, I'm checking, that's the only match which we don't have the result. And in the men's section, 2 games in China-India, China leading 1.5. 2 games in Norway against Egypt, it's 1 each tie. And the last game, Fedoseev against Wahab Shanal, which will be finished immediately, I'm guessing.
Will it?
Right, I'm switching to this one, and Russia will not win. C5. So that he's threatening c6. f3, he meets with this, and then takes. And I don't believe this 1 pawn can win.
But that's what he has to do. That's his only chance.
No, actually he can play this. And why to? Yeah, first attack the knight, then go here. I mean, it's white who's going to be a pawn up.
He went king e3.
He went king e3, and c6 was played. So 3 draws, knight c6, knight d6. Fedoseev is still trying. No, he went king e3, not f3, king e3, c6, yeah. Can white stop this one? All of a sudden, I'm getting worried.
Maybe that was the point. He doesn't care about his pawns, he wants to win.
c4 takes, king e4. This I don't believe to be winning.
Remember that Sanal has barely any seconds on the clock. He had
right.
2 minutes before.
He's in such a time trouble here. Knight d6. What do you do here? Somehow this knight is really, really awkwardly placed. Same pattern. Remember, knight on a6 yesterday versus the king on d6. So now knight on b3 and king on e3 restricts this knight, because whenever you try to get closer to this pawn, these 2 are attacked. This is one of the worst squares possible, right? The diagonal distance on 1 square. Now that's quite interesting. So knight d6, that means the last chance for Fedoseev, right? Wait.
But it's a good practical chance.
Absolutely.
Taking into account the opponent's clock.
Will this be something? F3. Knight a5.
I wanted to make this knight c4 check work.
Yeah, knight a5.
But maybe you are 1 move short. F2, knight c4, I move away with the
knight
king.
C4. No, then I take. No, I will have to take, and after this, I can still try a bit. Queen and knight versus queen. I mean, I'm unlikely to win, but at least there won't be a perpetual immediately. First of all, there won't be a queen immediately. It will take some time. Oops.
Oh,
Hopefully it will promote now the queen. And you got my point, because now if I will play f1, it will be very long.
Okay, so
It will
he
take very long
still
again.
has 1 minute 42 seconds on the clock, and the Turkish
just
player
has played.
calculated this
Yeah.
variation.
So c7, black seemingly has nothing else but f3. I'm guessing f3 has to be played, right? f3. Wait, can I all of a sudden play this move? So that after knight c4 I go knight c8. It's very hard to believe in this. No. Then it's this and knight e3. No, this is not possible. So knight a5 is an option, and this game will keep going. This game will
With
be
the
in progress. I mean,
queen
it will be
and knight against
queen and
queen.
knight against queen and pawn. And really, I don't think it will be all that easy on 1 minute.
No, this is a good practical chance for Russia, even like this.
Yeah, that's the best he could get. That's the best we could have. Right, so two Norwegians against Egypt, and I think they might as well win both.
Vei has finished.
Vei has finished. It's a draw, apparently. Must be a draw. And then China's gonna win, because that's the position in Li Chao's game against Nagy. Or, yeah, most likely they're gonna win. Still a lot of games in progress, so I'm guessing let's go for a break. We were 2 straight hours. We were working 2 straight hours, so we go for a break.
So
and
you are
will we-
demanding your coffee.
Yeah, I need a coffee. So, we will be back after some 10 minutes.
Ома! Моих отцом!
Мы с вами находимся в постоянной экспозиции Государственного художественного музея города Ханты-Мансийска.
У нас на связи Артем, добрый вечер.
Махаге, Йоттыману, Тамбес, Ики, Читмун, Мевельбосов.
кулисы игры проходит международная экологическая акция «Спасти и сохранить». Идея бережного отношения человека к природе и ее богатствам вновь
Welcome back to the broadcast of the World Team Championship here in Khanty-Mansiysk. There are only a few games left, one of them being the one you see on the camera, the last board of China versus India clash. China winning because of a victory on board 2.
And the draw was just agreed here. Yeah, it turns out. Yeah, that was the position they've agreed the draw. Yeah, just to mention, it's enough to give this knight for the c pawn and then bring the king to a corner so that the wrong color of this bishop. And I'm guessing g2 pawn does not really matter much, which leaves us with only one game in progress where Fedoseev still tries to win against Shanal Wahab.
This is a crucial game for the Russian team since they drew every other game in this match.
Yeah.
So if Fedoseev cannot win, then it will be a 2-2 tie, which is a great success for the Turkish team.
Right. Well, to mention it, women's round has already finished. Katerina Lahno managed to save, which gives Russia a comfortable 3-1 win.
It wasn't that comfortable with the games, but they managed to draw the first two boards as well, but they were in slightly worse positions at least.
So altogether, the results of women's round 2, it's 2-2 for Ukraine and China, 3-1 another victory for Russia, so they are in the lead. Azerbaijan beating Egypt 4-0. 2-2 a draw without a single draw on the boards, Georgia against Poland, and 2.5 victory for India against the United States of America. That's it.
And the only remaining game, as you mentioned, is the Russian board
4 trying to win against Turkey.
Oh, by the way, Norway, Egypt, have we seen the last
Egypt,
games?
we don't know the results. Yeah, well, we have to check because, yeah, I kind of forgotten about this one. What has happened? It was draw on board 1 and
Draw on board 1.
Draw on board 1 for Arian Tari.
I thought he was doing
well. And on board 3, White has won. On board 3, White has won. So 2.5, 1.5 victory for Norway.
So Johan Salomon won the match for Norway against Egypt. It was a 1-1 tie and then 1.5.
A lot of those very close results today in the men's tournament. 2.5 victory for China versus India, 2.5 victory for Poland against United States of America, same 2.5 for Norway against Egypt, 1 draw with all draws on boards, it's Belarus and Ukraine, and 3 draws in the match of Russia versus Turkey, and this last one also objectively this is a draw, of course. So, and to be honest, in this position I don't really think it's such a big chance, to be honest. I mean, you can play a6. You know what? You can play a6. No, you can't play a6. This is how it happens. You play a6, you blunder a queen.
So there are chances.
Yeah, there are chances. There's always a chance. Yeah. Queen d5. Now, just what I wanted to say. One day you might push the pawn to a7 and then give the queen for a knight, you know, and it will be still a draw with black king being that far. Queen d5, with queen being that centralized and actually knight being far away from attacking the queen. How can you win this one?
This is objectively a game that should end in a draw, but it is Vladimir Fedoseev who shall try to trick his opponent somehow into a blunder.
D6. King to d6, and then what, he has to give another check and try to bring
the knight somehow, but also his king will receive checks.
Yeah, the thing is, you have to coordinate all the pieces somehow, right, to try for some sort of an attack on the white kings. Not to forget that the white's pawn is still alive.
Another factor is that they have been playing for over 5 hours by now, and the Turkish player has less time on the clock.
Yeah, but now he has managed to accumulate some time. In fact, it's a 4 minutes.
He only had 2 minutes before, but that was like 20 moves ago.
Yeah, 4 minutes 30 seconds, and not that the position is all that tough to play. So not to blunder.
He was in a more difficult endgame before with a pawn down.
Yeah, so not to blunder your queen. Whenever it's a check, he has to be careful choosing the square for his king, and what else, and give the checks when you have a chance. Give chance to black's king.
So Fedoseev is trying to figure out what would be the best chance.
I can tell you the funny thing. If you take on d5, you're probably losing.
Yeah, I believe it. With the
I don't see the way. Yeah, the knight is terribly placed.
This is, by the way, for anybody watching and wanting to know more about knights, this is where you should place your king in order to dominate the knight. With the king on a diagonal, one square away from the knight, you are completely dominating that knight. It cannot give a check, not in a few moves for sure.
Yeah, you need 1, 2, 3 moves to give a check, and by that time it will be already a queen on a8. So another check had been given. Queen d8, king goes to c6. And what's now?
I think he wanted to go.
Knight d4 is possible, but then after king c5 you can't really do anything. Queen a8.
He's repeating, but it might be just a psychological.
No, it's not quite the repetition. I don't think no, it wasn't this way. King d6, then probably queen b8 he's going to try. Or queen, I don't know what, queen a6. Queen a6 allows queen c6 because the knight will be hanging. You have to give a diagonal check, some sort of queen b8 maybe. Don't see much of a chance here, to be honest. Don't see much of a chance. And he can play it. But of course it's a...
Obviously, if this game was an individual tournament, was played at an individual tournament, Fedoseev would have taken the draw already. But here he's playing for his team, Russia, and that puts a lot more pressure on him. So even if he knows, I think now he wants to ask his captain.
Wants to ask the captain, should I play on, or he will probably just make a draw. Yeah, so he offers a draw without making a move.
That was a funny way of asking, just looking at the captain and...
Yeah, well, it's not his fault. He was playing back, he created chances, but it simply proved to be not enough. So it's not him to be blamed, but on their whiteboards they couldn't really produce anything. So Peter Svidler made a quick draw, and Maxim Matlakov, he had chances seemingly. He was better after the opening, but Turkish player proved to be solid. So really good performance from Turkey. 8 draws so far, and they held a second big favorite for a draw, this time team of Russia.
Indeed, very good score for Turkey. Let's just sum up the results of the open section as well and announce tomorrow's pairings. So, as you said, this was a draw between Russia and Turkey. Also a 2-2 between Belarus and Ukraine.
Yeah, and you can see Mikhail Krasenkov, the captain of Turkey, smiling.
Of course, this is a great result for the Turkish team. They are one of the underdogs of the competition, and they have drawn 2 heavyweight teams.
Look, so this is how close it was in the open section. So 3 minimal wins: Norway over Egypt, Poland over United States, China and India, China versus India, and 2 draws where all the games were drawn. It's Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia against Turkey. Do we have the results of the women's section? I'm not sure.
Yes, there it goes. Here, of course, there are higher scores. Azerbaijan scoring 4-0 versus Egypt. Russia winning
3-1.
Vietnam. We can't say they crushed Vietnam because the games were not that convincing.
Very tense, yeah.
But still, it's a victory for Russia, who is the leader of the women's section. And in the open section...
Who's the leader?
Poland.
Poland is the sole leader, interestingly, in the open section. That is a surprise after 2 rounds.
And China.
And China, which is not a surprise.
The defending champions, China. But for Poland, this tournament so far, is bringing surprising results for the Polish team. The Turkish team is doing excellent as well. So it's great to see that this is not only about stats and which team has higher rating, but we see fighting chess and the underdogs also scoring. Tomorrow's pairing will be the following.
Yeah, so the pairings for tomorrow.
Round 3
Open section, India versus Belarus, United States against China, Egypt with Poland, so fair chance Poland will remain in the lead, Turkey versus Norway, and Ukraine-Russia, El Clasico.
And in the women's section, it is going to be India versus Ukraine, Poland facing the United States, Egypt against Georgia, Russia versus Azerbaijan, and China against Vietnam. We will be back tomorrow at the same time, 10 a.m. GMT. That for us is 3 p.m. local time here in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. Tweet us using the hashtag #UkraChess and see you tomorrow.
So, yeah, the hashtag was announced. That's a bit. Yeah, that's nice. Today was shorter. So, do we hope?
Not so much shorter, was it?
Do we hope for the broadcast to be shorter tomorrow?
We hope for exciting games.
I think, yeah, we hope for exciting games. There always will be 1-2 games which will last very, very long, like 90 minutes or something. Yeah, so come back tomorrow, 3 p.m. local time, and bye-bye. Thank you very much for joining.
So we are in the analysis room, and we have Dean Lejeune and Santosh Vidit and Krishnan Seshakiran with us, who are analyzing a very sharp position from the game between Dean Lejeune and Santosh Vidit. So what can you say about this game?
I think during the game, especially in the middle game, I was not better. Practically at least 5, I think. So the position very complicated and very tense, maybe close to equal. And after 40 moves, I think I was better somehow. I have some chance with this pawn, but I misplayed. I think A6 can be wide, not so good.
And what's your opinion?
I think after the opening I had a very comfortable position, and at some point I could play better, but I went to take the pawn on h5 and allowed him a lot of counterplay. After that it was very messy. I don't know the evaluation, but I think it was always very complex. I think only computers will tell what is the correct way.
Thank you.